Shiny hunting for slow bro. You don't have to do all that. You don't have to shiny hunt for me. Curtis, oh my god, you're early today. Dad's up early. I love this look so much. Thank you. I thought I would. I put this outfit on and I was like, there needs to be something else. So I decided to put on the beret. I know the water spawns in Pokemon are ridiculous. I'm just a ghost. Like a ghost, ghost, ghost. I'm surprised that's not my top song. Spotify Wrapped came out today, guys, and Ethel Kane was not my #1 spot, and I was gagged. I was gooped. I was gagged. I said, what is this? But I saw everybody has great taste. I saw Curtis is a Rina Sawayama stan, and I love that because Rina... I'm surprised Rina wasn't in my top 5. Stan that. Then I saw he listens to Peach PRC. I love Peach PRC. Love her so much. But yeah, I guess my tops... I couldn't, like, when the top 5 showed up for, like, my music, like, the songs... I had to, like, listen to the songs to recognize them. I couldn't, like, I was, like, what are these songs? Because they're most likely my songs from, like, earlier this year, like, in January, February, March. So I didn't recognize some of them. I was like, what the, like, what is this song? But I'm glad Carly got #4, Talking to Yourself. I was hoping we'd get #1. I was streaming it so much to get #1 for my Spotify Wrapped, but we didn't make it. We didn't make it. Yeah, Wrapped came out today. It's pretty fierce. I actually haven't played the DLC for this game, which I probably should and will probably do, but... Oh yeah, I can get this done in one sitting easily. I could get this done and play something else after stream. Like, this shit is gonna... It's a cakewalk. I know this game inside and out. Wait, speaking of inside and out. Costume select. I usually play with the fairy tale outfit, and she's fierce, but I'm thinking I want to do Miss Secretary Sheva this game playthrough. Just something a little different. I want this outfit. I don't know how I still don't have it unlocked. Yeah, I'm easily distracted. I mean, this is fierce, this clubbing outfit. Okay, we're just gonna... I lied. We're gonna stick with the fierce outfit, the fairy tale outfit. It's so good. Sheva only playthrough. IJS. Girl. I am not playing online. Let's not do that. Excuse me, give that to me, bitch. The game only starts you out with these, so I'm trying to like do legit playthrough. Everybody knows where they were when this game came out. Everybody knows where they were. This game changed lives. I'll say it.
Captain Cashapp here. We secured the underground route to the coordinates.
Oh, you don't like this game, Key? Everybody knows. Everybody knows he fucks you. Me when I stand next to Chris.
Seen it coming. It didn't take long after the fall of the Umbrella Corporation for their bioweapons to end up in the hands of terrorists. A new era of bioterrorism descended.
I agree. I agree, Sammy.
Shifting the balance of power throughout the region.
This game's multiplayer, like, I miss when they would make Resident Evil games and just video games that were co-op story, like this. That's why I miss the old Resident Evil games, because...
which formed the anti-terrorism unit, BSAA.
Like, I want to play with my friends. I know I'm not playing with one now, but, like, this game is such a good multiplayer game.
Restoring safety and stability to various regions around the globe.
Queen check.
Welcome to Africa. My name is Sheba Alomar.
Chris Redfield.
Videos you watch when you want to say yes.
It's an honor.
When Sheba Alomar was introduced.
So you'll be accompanying
Queen.
Destination?
Yes. Tensions are running high.
Fun fact, if you made a Chinese PS3 account, you were able to download the demo for this game 1 month earlier. That's crazy.
Happy to see an American, BSAA or not.
We should play PT. Even though that has no relation to Resident Evil at all, but... Oh, I know that's right! Oh, I know that's right, House Music! I know that's right! Anybody have top 5 House Music streamed in your Spotify Wrapped? Because I did.
Yeah,
I didn't, but I love you.
Casualties continue to mount over the long years I've struggled. More and more, I find myself wondering if it's all
Resident Evil movie marathon would be good.
Maybe one day I'll find out.
You don't have to get touchy.
And that's Mother.
Let's go.
The way she was, like, just written in as a character, like, I don't think they realized her effect on the gay community. Like, she has changed my life forever. You have changed the world of Capcom for me forever, Miss Sheva. No, not bedridden. Everybody's getting sick.
This is Kirk. Chris, Sheva, can you read me?
Chris here, coming in loud and clear, Kirk.
Yes.
Jill is an icon, but I will say Sheva takes the queen spot.
That's where Irving will be.
She's welcome to the queendom now. Relinquish the crown. That's a WWE theme song. Hey boys,
Copy. Over.
what you got in the sack? Let's calm down now. Hey, can I pick that up? Oh, it looks like there's someone in there. Open the bag, buddy. You don't scare me. Even if your eyes are red, you don't scare me. That would be a great idea, Life Glitch. I hope you feel better though, House Music. What have I missed with Sheva in the gay community? I was a teenager back then. No, like, she's literally such a queer icon, I think. For me, maybe not to others, but like, I just like, anytime you played this game, you were like, it's Sheva time, baby. It's go time, baby! That is another Capcom game that I was almost gonna play, but I didn't, so. I'm having the itch to play this. Hi, sir.
I heard there were 2 of you.
Thank you, house music, thank you. I did struggle with my makeup today and it was not fun. I was like, alright. I was so annoyed. I was like trying to cut my crease and then I would accidentally cut my crease too high and then I would have to redo my eyeshadow and then my eyebrow like would like smudge and I was like, alright, today's not my day. And then I didn't even get to use the foundation I like using because I ordered 3 entire foundations from Kimchi Beauty. It's still not here, but my last one ran out. So I've been having to use like just scraps of foundation in my apartment because I don't have my like new foundation that I love. But like, when I tell you, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this. I haven't had, oh, outfit change. Oh, Chris.
Destination coordinates.
Where did you just took your shirt off in front of me? Hi.
Alpha team's waiting at the deal location.
Good.
What do you know about Ouroboros?
Mostly just rumors.
Do you like women?
About visions of a doomsday
Sorry.
project.
Doomsday sounds about right, and apparently it is no rumor.
You're kidding, right?
You must find a man named Irving. He is our only lead.
This dude had a backstory written for him, sadly got scrapped for the final version. Really now? I always thought it was really, I love these like little facts you're giving me. I didn't know that because it always felt kind of strange. You were just walking up to this random guy and getting guns and stuff. Like it always felt like he needed like a little story. Chris, do you believe in milk and cookies? Hi, Celine Dijon, how are you doing?
Remember, we're a team. Whatever happens, we stick together.
Don't worry. I may not be as big as you, but I can still hold my own.
Just woke up, same. I woke up at like 3 o'clock and I was like, well, this is early for my body to wake up. And I sent like, I like maybe did 1 tweet and then I like sent a couple messages and I was like, I'm actually gonna get back to bed. So I slept for like another 3 hours. Because I stayed up really late last night eating ice cream and watching Total Divas on Hulu. If you're not gonna watch WWE, you need to watch Total Divas and then you'll get into wrestling. Total Divas is a side spin-off series, like very housewives, very like Kardashians of the women of WWE. And they do the funniest shit. The fights are iconic. Like, you need to watch it. It's such a good show to binge. It's on Hulu, all seasons, all 9 seasons. But don't watch season 9 because Ronda Rousey's in it and it just ruins the show. And that's why it probably didn't get renewed for another season because Ronda Rousey is garbage. Hashtag fire Ronda Rousey. It was trending on Twitter yesterday. Good. I know everybody was tagging me in the episode of Dragula because of the wrestling thing, and I didn't know that it was a wrestling episode, and everybody was like, we were thinking of you, Nem, and I was like, oh, you guys. I love that there was a wrestling episode, and also Poppy. Did you guys know Poppy does music, and she's like really aligned with WWE? She like does a lot of stuff with WWE. She had a song in the last WWE game. They like put one of her songs in. But she made a reference to Bianca Belair and I was like, that's mother. Like, you are so motherly. Get gagged. But I didn't watch it though, Oscar. Everybody was talking about the episode. I don't know. I'm kind of falling off of Dragula. Just cause like when I was watching it, I was watching it with somebody, and then like the episodes were like so hard for us to watch, and then I was just like, nah, I can't do this anymore. And now that I don't have anyone to watch it with, I'm like, I'm not gonna sit there and like cringe view by myself. Like, I'm good. Like, it's fine. If I do watch, I'm probably just gonna watch the runway. Because I died and rage quit, please.
Sheva, we're getting out of here. Let's move.
That sounds like me, and like this game is really hard though if you play it by yourself, because like you definitely need somebody with you for some of these parts. Like the chainsaw guys, they're kind of insanely hard.
Kirk. The locals were hostile and we had to use force. We don't have any contingency plans for this situation, do we, Kirk?
Roger on the locals.
Come on!
Your orders still stand.
What does that mean? Was HQ expecting this?
This next part is insane. Kick it in.
Come on!
Roger.
Open up the safe. Got a lot to say. Excuse you, don't jump on me, freak. I miss the old Spyro games that like there were just polygons and bad spell effects. Like, bring that back. But my nose is so like, I cleaned my office top to bottom yesterday. I was like, I would wipe down a surface like next to my makeup table, and it would literally have like dust on it, but it wasn't dust. It was just makeup powder because of how much powder I use in my makeup routine. I was like, oh wow. What's up, dude? What's up, bro? Nice to see you. Yo, you fucking some pussy today? You got some pussy?
Come on!
Okay.
You don't know what you're talking about! You can all go to hell!
Wait a minute. That's the...
Tipo, for what? Now to Zuia.
Hi, Bean. Oh no, I don't need them. I'm good, baby. I'm waiting for this, my bro in the chat. Is there a football game on or something, bro? Where you at? I thought we were talking about bitches. Like, come on, Shoddy, let's go.
Chris!
Okay.
The silence. Typical. Oh, very quiet. Typical ignorance, thinking they could be funny and then walking in on the scene of the crime and they're like, oh my god, like, I was just kidding, bro. I was just kidding. Like, why are you like, special stuff, like, so sensitive? Like, literally, you straight guys are the worst. Baby, I'm not sensitive. I'm entertaining. Where you at? I'm waiting for the message. I got the ban on standby. I'm just waiting for you to say something. You want to call me a slur? I'm ready. Give me the content. Let me put it on TikTok. Yes. Oh well. It was fun while it lasted. Chris, move!
Kirk, come in. The locals are hostile. The gate is sealed, and we're trapped. We need backup, and we need it right now.
Roger that. Just sit tight. I'm on my way.
Oh, the table breaking.
That Sheva helps on the way.
Got it. Just hope he gets here quick.
They're coming in from the ceiling! Oh my gosh! Come on in, the water's just fine, baby. Get gagged! Hi. Back it up. Literally get gagged. The definition of getting gagged. Chris, don't jump in the fire. Hello? No, I gotta jump in the fire because Miss Thing is stunned. Oh my god, he got up so fast. Callisto Protocol stream this Friday. So I do have a copy, and I am being sponsored by AMD to play it. I'm unsure of what day I'm gonna stream it. Guys, this weekend I'm getting in drag 4 times. I have to get in drag and do Stream Queens Con on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So first of all, please, if I am a little moody or like burnt out, that's why. But also, I have so much work to do this weekend on top of Stream Queens Con, like paid work to play these video games, which I'm thankful for, but I don't know what day is what yet. Like, I'm literally I'm going day by day so I don't overwhelm myself. So like, if Friday comes and I'm like, oh, I want to play Callisto Protocol, I'll be like, well, today is that sponsored stream. But I still have Saturday and Sunday I could do it. If that makes sense. Bored. I love this game. I know you do, Avacious. Every time I try to say your name, like the full username, I like stutter through the first part. I don't know why. It feels so, like, it feels like a slur. It feels wrong.
There's just no end to them.
We've got to hold out till Kirk gets here.
Where's the big guy? Like, I want to fight the big guy, but I can't find him. Where is he at? I feel the same way with saying Nemesis Network. True. Oh, there he is. Are you stuck, buddy? Oops, sorry. Sorry, SpongeBob. You gotta ride the eels. Girl, you're swinging out the air. What are you doing? Ow. I have 7 bullets left. There's a secret gun right here I'm gonna take. I know that's right. Why is this guy breaking the fruit stands? How dare you? This is definitely fruity. Okay, very unkind. Chris, I'm empty too. I can't give you ammo. Me when I stand. The fruit stands, please. Whoa, you just tried grabbing me. Did you see that?
I'll be there shortly. Just hang in there.
Oh, I'm empty. No, not me just holding out the ammo. I run. Oh, break the window, why don't ya? Zero, welcome in. Okay. How do we get out of here successfully? Like, we're in a dead end right now. Girl. Oh, he's just breaking the set. We should get out of here. Excuse me. Excuse me.
Find some cover.
I don't know. It's an iconic part of the game, I think, but it definitely does just like go on and on and on. I'm like, oh my god, please. It goes on and on and on and on. I sang that for a school concert in some grade of school. School concerts in school were stupid as fuck. Do they still do them? They were dumb. Just sign up for theater if you want to sing in a class. Like, what are you doing? No, literally, the developers were like, we're gonna make everybody bricked up when you see Chris. Sorry. Excuse me.
Kirk, we owe you one.
You can thank me later.
I would like to go look to see if we can get some ammo.
Time for Alpha Team to go in. Hurry to the deal coordinates. Roger that.
It's exactly that theme. Like, literally. Sheva's an icon.
Good luck.
Love her. That's Queen right there. The way in this outfit she just has her titties out in the Red Riding Hood outfit, it's so cute. I actually wanted to do a look kind of like it. Like, just get like a Red Riding Hood thing and then titties and a corset. Like, ugh. I remember Tatiana on Drag Race says this, but Tatiana was like, I used to lip sync in school chorus, and I've never related to anything more on television. Like, I remember literally lip syncing in chorus class too, because I was like, bitch, you're not having me sing. How dare you? What do you mean? Oh, you were singing. Oh, I know you were screaming. You had to get a water after class. They had to give you, you had to be asking the water boy for some water. Oh, I know you were asking the water boy for some water, if you know what I'm saying. Honey, honey. Nope. I have not. Oh, you drained the water boy. You made him refill the tank. Okay. Girl, there's no reason to go up there. They bait you. Smack cam. Wait, I just gagged her. Hey! Gotta stay high all the time to keep you off my mind. Ow! What did you what did he say to me? He called me a goofball? Fuck you, buddy. Ow, ow, ow. Ow, ow, ow. Hey. Get gagged. I wish she would just do a split. Just randomly do a split. Queen. Oh! The clipping worked. Where are we going? Do you... Owned. Chris, take care of him. What? Oh, wow. Thank you, MSK. Yeah, I wouldn't. I just don't like talking about that stuff on stream, honestly. It honestly kills the vibe. My chin feels so dry. That's me.
Help! Somebody help me!
That would be me in a horror movie. We're gonna help you, Queen.
Hey, what's wrong?
When I cosplay her.
They may still be here.
I would do the same thing if I was caressed against his naked body. Yep. I would exactly that. I'd want to inhale him. I would want to devour him. I'm with her. Why do we gotta kill her? She has the right idea. Go ahead, girl. No, go after your man. Get him. Get him. Get his ass. Oh, typical men. Typical men. No. Wow, Chris. Wow. Wow. The way she's laying there. I'm here to support young love, and Chris is not.
Much appreciated.
Oh, he gathered her. Collected her tips. Punch the shit out of her. Don't! Get him, not me.
You can have it.
Help me out here. Thanks.
I actually want it. I didn't want to say you can. What is your problem, Chris? She just likes you. Stop punching her. And now look what you did. Literally, look what you did. Now she's not pretty. Now she's an ugly snake bitch. Oh, why am I dying?
Stay with me.
Oh my god! How are the divas? We are diva-ing, and we're diva and dolling and Dolly Pardoning. Thinking about Dolly Parton. What a queen. Can I not die? I'm gonna stand on the balcony for a second.
Thanks.
Oh, Cassiopeia main. Chris, shoot her! Why are you staring at her? Oh. Well, maybe pull the ammo out of your ass, you freak. Oh, sorry, I opened the door. So yeah, I'm here like 5-6 times a week now, baby. I'm streaming all the time, so I'm always here for your viewing pleasure. She's eating. Have you never seen this game, Lee? Because like, what was that?
Sheva here. Roger that.
Move out.
That was not the Huntress hatchet.
Thanks for the help.
You're welcome for the help. You know what I can actually do? I could just do this. And that's how you clear. Oh, except for her. Chris, get her. Oh, wow. Chris, we need to give you some ammo. Here you go.
Thanks.
You're so welcome. And you just blew up. Honestly, camp. I forgot about this part in the game. I recently replayed this kind of recently, so I'm shocked. I was shocked! What the hell is that? I have no idea. This is where the game series takes a turn, some people say. I think this was peak. Well, I think it's like a good... Sorry, my boob is itchy. I think it's a good balance. See, I've never played Resident Evil before, so that's the only Resident Evil game I've never played in my entire life. Thanks for using your Prime on me, babe. I feel so special, I feel so pretty. Thank you so much. Enjoy that ad-free viewing. You know, I was gonna drop, so when I was in your stream that one time a couple like days ago, I was gonna drop a sub, but I was on my phone, and then also you're speaking in Spanish and your entire chat was in Spanish, so I was like, hi, and then the way you had to like you like spoke in English just for me, I was like, I kind of feel a little embarrassed. I'm gonna sit in the back. Like, I was like, damn. Are you gonna play the Resident Evil 4 remake? Oh, absolutely I will. I'm so happy and so blessed to be a Capcom creator because they're creating so many good series and franchises that I'm hopefully gonna be able to get my hands on for free, basically, which is so blessed. I was so nervous when you came to my stream. Why? I love lurking. That's like sounds weird, but I know I do this for attention and stuff, but like when I walk into someone's chat, my biggest fear is walking into someone's chat and they do a shout out command, and then the shout out command, I don't know who sparked this or wanted this to be allowed. The shout out command does like a little clip. It shows a clip of that streamer they're shouting out. I hate that so much because it usually shows clips from like back in the day and I look fucking atrocious. So that's why I usually lurk, because if I say something, they're like, hi Nem, and then they do the shout out and I'm like, no, you don't have to do that. You really don't have to do that. Like, and then it shows like me with like black hair and like a painted hairline, like Ginger Minge on season 7 when I used to do the black spray, and it was just, it's just, and then like my lash all crooked and I'm like, oh my god.
What the hell happened in here?
I'm just glad to be sexy and blonde and big-breasted now. So last week's look, shut up, Bottom.
Hey, who did this?
It's so transphobic, like actually. Hi, Lib.
Irving.
You didn't look horrible, you were learning. True.
A setup?
I don't think I was like terrible, but like I look back and I'm like, I never want to see that part of me ever again.
It's dead. Guardian.
This is the part of me that you never, ever take away from me.
You gotta get it to HQ.
Batom. It's French. Yeah, and you're a baguette.
Hey, hey, hang in there.
I still want my question answered. If you're a UK streamer, can you say the FAG word?
I saw someone, but they
Because it's like
Kirk, do you copy? We got the data, but Alpha Team is down. Irving got away.
Roger. Relay the data from the vehicle at the storage facility.
Copy that.
So if I get a cigarette right now and I start smoking it on stream,
I don't know what the hell happened here, but we gotta press forward.
I don't have that feature because I barely have Nightbox. Yeah, literally. Everybody has these cool features with their bots in their stream, and I'm just like, yeah, mine does like announcements and says like my socials, and that's like it. Like I don't. And then I have like a fart command, but that's it. That's literally it. Bare minimum. It's unfortunate. I wish I could reward my like viewership more, but I just like am not good with tech. So where are we going? Oh, through here. Hi, bunny boy. Do it. I would like to hear it. It's like when they posted that episode of Drag Race on Paramount, and Shea Coulee said the F word, and then they had to upload the episode so they could cut out her saying the F word.
Come on!
Roger!
There was a show recently somebody said it outright and I was shocked. I think it was literally Drag Race UK season 4. They said like literally like the full word and I was like, oh wow. And it was not censored. I was like, oh wow. The BBC? This part is so... Lord be with me. Girl, not copper bottom. I can't. Somebody tell her to stop wearing text. And that also... The red... Oh, I don't want to be a hater on the live. I'm going to stop myself while I'm ahead. How do we all like the UK4 finale? I honestly thought that this season was the first time that a double winner should have ever happened. I still think Monet should have won alone by herself. And I stand by that. But I think UK4 was valid. I think the winner was deserving. I think either of them were deserving. not to like tarnish Danny's win at all, but I think we legitimately could have gotten double winner and it would have been like nobody would have questioned it. Like literally nobody would have questioned it. Because we always talk about like who would have actually won between Monet and Trinity, but I don't think anybody would have debated it between Copper and Danny. Well, maybe some people, but like not as much, you know? Wait, why did I say Copper? I said Copper. Cheddar. This is so embarrassing. They are not comparable at all, really. I mean, one of them shouldn't even have been on Drag Race. Oh! Yesterday, I tried to do the thing where you separate the music so it's not audible in the VOD and listen. I don't know how I'm still alive. That sounds horrendous, actually. I'm good doing what I'm doing now. Like if someone were to be like, you need to do something and add something, I'd be like, no, I'm okay. I'm literally fine. Me too. Exactly. When Dakota went home, I said I'm not watching anymore. I wasn't watching in the first place. I watched the first episode and the finale, and that's all I saw of that season. Your beret is so cute. What game is this? This is Resident Evil 5. It's a Capcom game. You think so? I don't think Cheddar will ever come back for a season. Maybe they will eventually. Canada versus the world is pretty good. That being said, I've only watched one episode. Guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. Drag Race doesn't hit like it used to anymore. And I can't watch a full-ass episode. And that's okay. Well, thank you for taking every... That was so long. Yeah, it's very oversaturated. Yeah, I totally agree. I want to see, like, fights. So I watch wrestling. Those bitches are fighting. And they're, like, in drag, so it's like a drag show. Literally, WWE is a drag show. You just aren't ready for that conversation, and it's okay. Not Santina Morella. We do not talk about that. Thank God. I only want to watch it for Raja. Yeah, I would watch it for Raja. Definitely showcasing her best. And I think Isis. I like Raja and Isis. I like Silky too. Silky's having a good showing. I think Silky is great TV. Like, honestly, everybody like just has a bad taste in their mouth after season 11. But honestly, like, even on season 11, she had a great personality for TV. Even if she's literally playing a TV character. Like, she's literally on TV to, like, ruffle feathers, and she knows it. She was in on it. Like, she knows. Like, she's smart. She was literally playing her role. Like, she was an entertaining character. And she did the same on All Stars, and then on this one, she's just amazing. Do you like the girlies of the last episode of Dragula? Guys, I haven't even seen it. Everybody was just talking about how it's a wrestling episode and was like, nah, I'm thinking of you. And I'm like, huh? What's happening? And I saw the clip of Poppy making a reference to a WWE star, and I was like, period. But that's it. I'm gonna be real with y'all. Yovska's my good bestie here on the website. So with all the Dragula drama happening, I'm kind of taking a back seat to watching Dragula. As well as Erica. I don't like seeing their, like, it makes me sad when people are saying nasty things about them when they don't deserve that. They're both incredible entertainers. And everybody should follow their channels. Yovska and Erica Clash here on Twitch.
Got it.
What was that thing?
BOW, that scumbag.
It sucks because I feel like they would still be shady, but the fans are so toxic. Yeah.
I think we're lucky to still be breathing.
I feel like if, like, Drag Race took, like, a break, like, if they took, like, a 3-year break on making a season so people could actually... I think it's, like, a sense of comfortability with Drag Race. Like, the fans in the fandom is so curated to be like, there's gonna be another season of Drag Race, and this is what's happening, and it happens every year, and it's not gonna go away. If we took, like, a 3-year gap of no Drag Race, none! And it, like, was taken away from us, and the fandom could actually, like, feel out what they're getting and enjoy drag and, like cherish what they have on TV, I feel like people wouldn't be as toxic and gross. They still would be, but I feel like some people would be like, oh my god, like, and celebrating it, opposed to, like, hating it, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's so comfortable that they'll say anything, because, like, Drag Race is gonna come on like that. It's, like, it's always gonna happen. So they'll be like, yeah, whatever, this bitch, buh. I'm like, oh my god, guys, please just, like, love TV on TV, like, love drag on TV. Girl, RuPaul's fine. I can't. She is, I know you, like, are joking, but, like, do we ever, like, can we get, like, a rain check, or, like, can we get, like, some finances done on Miss Paul? Because I know she has taken all that money from the show. Like, where is that money going? I just feel like there's a Never season not out. Like, it went from All-Star 7 to UK to now Canada versus the world. Yeah, it's kind of insane. Oh my god, the lighting is so bad. Can I give this to Chris?
Thanks for the help.
I know, isn't she so... She's amazing. By the way, I just want to let everybody know, every time I play this section in the game, this is literally what my hometown looks like. Like, I'm not even exaggerating with all the trash and the zombie people. This is literally, if I were to go outside right now, this is where I live. Like, this is exactly where I live. This is Massachusetts. As I feel like everywhere you go in Massachusetts, there's water. Boston, Salem, Cape Cod, P-Town. Why is there water everywhere? Okay, I'm literally dying, Chris. Could you fucking do something? I'm leaving. And you know what? I am gonna leave. I'm literally 1 health. You're so welcome. Get gagged. Do they even do Untucked anymore? Oh, they do. It's like in the workroom. I don't like all that. I'm being attacked. Somebody help me. My partner is not. Oh shit. Move, Chris. He does a lot of damage. I don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Stop, stop, stop. Oh my god, yeah, later when we go into like the ancient ruins, it's honestly kind of... I've played this game so much recently, but I can never get that far in the game. I'm excited. What do you mean you need... These dogs are the worst. They do... I don't remember them doing that much damage. That's a lot of damage they're doing. I don't need ammo, I need health. Oh, you were done with that. Hey, sir. How did he survive me shooting that tank? Are you kidding me? Chris, if you heal yourself and don't heal me... Okay, I was gonna say you're an asshole. And just stealing stuff from women, shocker. Are they done? There's still enemies. Are you kidding? Can we move this? Apparently there's an enemy somewhere, but I'm not gonna be the one to stick around and find out. Because he's sexy and I want to lick his happy trail. Sorry. Too far. The way I have to literally trust the AI on this part. Lord have mercy. Oh, he has no ammo, so that okay. I would have died. Work boots. Do you mind? Why do you have no ammo?
Thanks for the help.
Do something, Charlie.
Nice work.
Oh, F off.
Use this.
Okay. You did it. F you and your mom and your sister and your... Literally, my Spotify Wrapped had that play when I opened it. I was like, you're sick. Like, I never listened to that song. Like, why is it coming up? My Spotify Wrapped gagged me, though. I was actually gagged. I was like, what? I'm just happy my streaming of the new Carly Rae song got on there, because I was worried. I was worried. I was worried it was not gonna make it. Chris! Please. Hey buddy, I'm dying.
Stay with me.
One shot and I'm done for. You're dumb, Chris. That's it, I'm getting me mallet. These fucking dogs. But I get what's coming for them. Yeah, stay down. I have had quite enough.
Thanks for the help.
Perfect. Now we're back on track. Ooh, taste. Yeah, I'm surprised a lot of the songs from, like, video games didn't make it on my playlist. I was shocked! I was shocked! But I'm just happy my... It just, like, didn't look too bad. Oh, God. This beret is really my biggest enemy for this stream. My biggest enemy is this beret, Papa 911. Excuse me, everyone, I'm going. Thank you, Ivy. My makeup was kind of a struggle today, so I appreciate the compliments. Like, actually a struggle. I was literally like, I'm gonna look ugly today. It's whatever. It's fine. I have one bullet. Very sexy and quirky. Stop giving me money. I just want ammo. I mean, IRL, I would like some money. Some money, honey. Oh, yes. Slay. Girl. I'll take that. You don't need that anymore. I would like to sit comfortably in my chair.
They've surrounded us.
Who cares? They're nobodies. Oh, right. Get him off me! Chris! God, men are useless. Thanks. A Molotov? Really, girl?
Thanks, Kirk.
Wow. I didn't think HQ actually cared.
My aim? The way I missed like 10 shots. I'm very good at video games, clearly. Chris, you didn't help me, so I'm honestly not gonna help you. Why should I? Okay.
Stay frosty down there. You're almost at the station.
I would love to be at the station if you would get us there. Why can't he just land and get us? Okay, Flop.
Come on!
Okay.
Who's in here? Oh, I'm here. Oh, wow. So I opened the door, kicked somebody in the face, murdered them, and then I just walked in and bicycle kicked this guy. Work. And that's how a girl boss does it. I'll take that ammo, actually. You don't need that. The way I have so much ammo and he has nothing. He has sniper ammo. Can you... You didn't want to get the sniper? Okay, one of us has to, you know, move. You know what game I want to play? Smiles. Jack and Daxter. Yeah. My 10th time playing it. And what about it?
Kirk, what's going on?
I could literally stream that game for the rest of my life. Like, I'm so serious. Hi, Huda. Oh, there's our grenade. Don't do it then, period. That's all I needed to hear. Gagged. Hello. Hello. Oh, wow. Alright, we just need to get to the part that I need to jump over. Like, let's go. I have to struggle, like, for my life against this. I'll take all of this. You're literally not gonna need it, Chris. Like, I have to fight an army of guys. And that's my mother. And that's my mother. Hello, everyone. I want everyone to take their attention to this fire barrel right there. Yeah, that's a nice fire barrel, isn't it? Everybody go towards it. Thanks, Chris. That didn't help me. I thought it would. Wow. Get fucked.
Nice.
Alright, I mean, let's just get this party started, shall we? Like, might as well spawn the chainsaw guys, am I right? Like... When I was a kid, these guys were, like, in my nightmares for days. Me casually just in his face. Excuse me. I should have saved that for him, but... I really need Chris to do something, but he has no ammo.
Thanks.
Fuck me. This is not good right now. Oh, that might be it! We are not where we need to be. Chris! Oh my god, this is so bad. Fuck. I like literally have to give him everything. He's just shit. How did he get my gun? Wait, no, he didn't. I guess this is hard, like not playing with somebody else because the AI can just fuck off and die.
Thanks.
Whoa, 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 buddy, that's a lot of us. Yeah, I trust him with it, actually. If he's gonna be AI bullshit, dumb, I'll let him have it. Okay, Chris, let's use the ammo I gave you, though. Like, let's get on with it. Like, what is he doing right now? He's switching. Thank you. You saved my life. Okay, save my life again, please. Oh my god. Ew, it's so creepy how the guy laughs. Okay, I'm literally gonna get killed right here. Okay, we need to play around this barrel. Oh, wow. I mean, worth. I think. I have no ammo, actually. Wait. This is bad. Come on, Chris. Please don't die. We're so close. Fucking thank God. Ow. This was released in like 2010. Very early. It's a very old game. If it helps, this was also released on PS3, so that kind of dates it a little bit. I think its full release was on Xbox 360 and PS3. So that kind of dates it a little bit.
Thanks for the help.
Oh yes. Hi, Space Boy Steve. That was tough, but we did it. Pick up all this loot, and then we go on. Wait, I'm not paying attention to the story at all because I know the story, so it doesn't really matter. What's in here? Nothing. Okay, work. This part has a lot of dogs. Hi, Carmen. Oh, excuse me. I was gonna, like, hiccup. Oh, is this the quick time? Bitch, this is the quick time. Lord. The AI, what if the AI fails the quick time with them? That'd be hilarious, actually. Want you to take me to Funky Town! Sorry. I clicked the wrong button. Oh my god. Lord. Okay, we did it. First try. On the quick time. What kind of donuts, though?
You guys.
Delta Team Captain Stone.
Chris Redfield.
Sheva.
Thanks, Josh. I owe you one.
You guys know each other.
I trained under Josh. He taught me everything I know.
Sheva became little sister of the team. Now, Sheva, you must continue your search for Irving. According to the data we retrieved from the hard drive, we believe he has moved on to the mining area. There's more info.
Stan, I could fuck up some donuts right fucking now.
Here. And keep your radio handy just in case.
Thanks, Josh. Chris, are you all right?
This picture, it's... forget it. It's nothing. Let's move out.
Bitch, if I had apple cider donuts right now, the camera would have a wet splat on it, because apple cider donuts fucking slap! They're the best donuts ever. Sorry. I feel that strongly about them. Yeah. Sometimes I just say words.
Sheva, do you know where the mines are?
Past the station. Not too far from here. Follow me.
I don't know where we're going. Oh no, this is the mine. The Minecraft! We'll play Minecraft! I love Minecraft. All right. Why did Chris take all the ammo? F you. It's so bad. Blame IMHO for that, because that's where I get the para me. Para me, spooky me. For me. For me. Oh, wow. Someone's trying to set me up.
Come on.
Okay.
Lord, this part. I'm so pretty. I hate my shoulders though. Girl, get those out of here. I got man shoulders. I can't. Can I get a surgery to like cut down my shoulders, like shave some off?
You take that.
Roger. We only have one lantern, so don't stray too far. Thanks for the help.
All right, let's not get crazy with this lantern. We just need to get to one spot. I think there's a red herb down there. Hold on. There is. I will take that. Resident Evil 5 professional over here. You get the light. All right, I'm out. Oh my god. Just run through these guys. I'm not wasting ammo on their asses. Oh my fucking head. Chris, run. The way I'm literally speedrunning by accident.
Chris!
Okay. I've got it, Sheva. You go ahead.
Come on! Come on! Chris!
Okay.
I can't help him with the door. Well, that's his fault. Everything is always a man's fault. Don't let a man tell you that you're wrong. It's always a man's fault. Don't ever let a man speak to you that way. Mine was pretty slay, my Spotify Wrapped. Thankfully. Bitch! We're at the start of the level. Give me a break.
Okay. We only have one lantern, so don't stray too far.
You're a joke. Okay, we're just not even gonna shoot them because then they're gonna have their little special hat form. Which I'm not trying to fight, so.
Thanks.
Chris!
Roger.
You take that!
Roger.
You take that!
Okay.
Yeah, command him around, Sheba. It's what he deserves. He probably likes to be dommed. Chris watching. Why don't you go first, actually?
I think I can use the crank over there. Stay here.
Can you open it faster? I have a squad over here. Oh my god. Well, fuck. Chris, why are you wasting your ammo on guys that are behind a gate? Like, they're not gonna get through it. Be serious. I won't fall for these sections that make you waste ammo. I am not going to fall for that gimmick. You will not take me. We can't back down.
Oh shit.
So you must be Irving.
Wow, perceptive, aren't ya?
You think this is a joke? You're just like all the other pieces of scum terrorists.
Oh, I'm not like them. I'm a businessman with standards.
Drop the weapon.
Or, how about you drop yours?
He reminds me of somebody, but I don't remember who it is. Queen! Queen check.
Suckers!
Great.
Looks like Irving has a partner.
Why is the audio so low in these cutscenes?
Must be something here he didn't
Like,
want us to
so
see.
much lower than else.
What is it?
Look at this.
The oiled field. That's in the marshlands.
Delta team, Chris here.
Whoa!
But he got away.
Do you know where he went?
We think he's heading for an oil field in the marshlands.
Okay, I'll send in someone after him.
There's a stain on this. Why? Where did that come from? Chris, you have the sniper. Can you handle that? I guess not. Hello. Girl, I cannot see without my glasses. Jeepers. This is another section they want you to waste your ammo.
Thanks.
Did he just snatch that underneath me? Oh, fuck you.
Thanks for the help.
I would actually like that. Can you give me that?
Come on.
Okay. Take this.
Thanks. Do you mind? Ow! Can we just get to the end of the fucking level? This level is so long. This is like the worst level of the— oh my god, and then the like bike scene is after this. Yeah, this is the worst section of the game right here.
Take the high road. We'll hit him high and low.
You okay? Nice work. can't do it yourself. Let me help you out.
Well, could you please? All right. Look, they even set us up. They're like, you're gonna need these.
You can have it.
Okay.
Oh my god. Oh! What if I just like pulled out my iPad that I don't have and just started playing Roblox? Love my Roblox tycoons. I would stream it. I sure would. Those are addicting as fuck. Hello, Slaymama123. Happy to see you. How are you doing?
It's a new type of BOW. I'll bet dollars to donate.
I'll show you a BOW. Hi, Third Sight. What the? They had Monster Hunter teas here, literally. Wait, that's funny because it's Capcom too. I wonder if it was like kind of a reference. Because they even make you want to set up these like bombs. Wait. Can I put down the thing, please? Oh wait, she's stuck. Oh, shoot its little testicles. Honey, what are you even saying? You've messaged me that the last 3 days. What does that mean? The way it's stuck. We got you. We got you. We got you. I like a lot of tweets. That doesn't mean I know what's going on. I don't know. Kitty just falling out. She's just like you. No job, no future. Kitty just out. Oh no, none of us have ammo. So what are we gonna do now? Chris, go fight her. Go punch her. I'm just gonna take this. Do you mind? This is Resident Evil 5. You can get it on Steam PC. I want to watch Wednesday, but the TikTokers are making it really hard to like want to watch it because they like are making it look really cringe. Well, I was gonna give Chris some ammo, but I guess not. Okay. You like it? I want to give it I actually don't have a Netflix subscription, so if anyone wants to give me theirs so I can log in and watch it. Ew, why does it just splooge on me?
Much appreciated.
Dance, dance, dance with me, man. Dance, dance, dance with my heart. That girl, Jenny Ortega, she's gonna be like the next, I don't even know like a big actor name, but like she kind of eats every role she gets, and she's still so young. I did kind of take issue with her being in X, because I thought it was a little weird for her to be in that movie, considering she just turned 18 when she filmed that. Kind of a little bizarre, but it's not like Hollywood isn't known for being fucked up. She did. She definitely did. And when she broke her hand, it was kind of fierce. And then she died. She served cunt and then she died. Oh, you meant in Scream. I thought you meant like in X when she did her Scream in X. Like being a Scream queen. That is not the case, I guess. I don't want to do this next part with the fucking cars. I can't. Like, if I wanted to play a NASCAR game, I would. It's kind of like Bayonetta 3. Like, if I wanted to play a game that's not... If I wanted to play a character that's not Bayonetta, I would buy a different game. It's almost like... You know... I don't know where I'm going with this. Dance, dance, dance with my heart, yeah, yeah. Doesn't even matter, the next part's a car thing.
I heard about Irving. Tough break.
Yes, but there will be other opportunities.
Savannah.
Sheva to headquarters.
Savannah, unana.
There's a high probability that Irving is on his way to an oil field in the marshlands. We're rejoining Delta Team and heading there now.
Understood.
We got company.
I think the name Savannah is a really pretty name.
Do what you gotta do to stop them. But don't get too trigger happy or the guns will overheat. If that happens, we'll be an easy target until they cool down. Cars up ahead! Hold on tight!
Buddy boy, why are you saying that? Because now it's gonna be stuck in my head. For Quismos.
What does all this have to do with Ouroboros?
You got me. They didn't see.
Looks like the only way we're getting answers is from Irving.
I'm the same way. I can't have cheese either. But I like mozzarella sticks and nachos and cheese. Like, what are you gonna do? I don't like cheese on a breakfast bagel though. I'm not into that. Girl, I am literally fine. Like, we can skip that part. Like, we are literally fine. Let me change Sheva's outfit while we're at it. The marshlands. Where's Marshall? These are his lands. But I'll be home for Quismos.
Jill and I were pursuing a man named Albert Wesker. Wesker. He was a top official with Umbrella and the leader of our STARS unit. I met him again after the Raccoon
You know
City
Australia's like canon in the Overwatch universe? Australia in the Overwatch universe is canonically like blown up. Like it literally blew up. There's nothing left in Australia. Bitch, it died in the Overwatch universe. Not good. Jill Valentine? That's my mother. If I did start going by a new name and it, like, I'm starting to have thoughts of that now. Like, replacing my dead name. There's so many names I'd want to change my name to. Oh yes! Resident Evil 5. Classic. I know, she was doing too much. I don't know why she literally jumped out the window.
On that data looked like her. I have to know if she's still alive.
You two were close.
We were partners. What about you? Why'd you join the BA?
That's how she joins Dead by Daylight, from that window. She said, I'm out, going to Dead by Daylight.
Company when I was young.
Umbrella?
Yes. I only found out later that the accident.
I would only play as Sheva. Exactly, period. Chris, your boobies are out. Like, I'm just staring, not even at him, I'm staring at his tits.
Bioweapons were responsible for the deaths of my parents. And someone has to pay for that.
So you joined the BSAA.
There's only so much one person can do. Even a superhero like you, Chris.
I'm no superhero. But together, we can end this.
Then let's make a stand for our fallen brothers.
Brothers? Jill is not a man. Chris Nips. I'll be home for Christmas. We have literally no ammo going into this. Bitch, we died. What happens if you make the AI drive? Wait. I want to know now. I guess you can't. Oh. What if Chris fell off? I'd laugh. We smoke. Hello? Anybody home? Just kidding. I know someone's home. I'd like to get ammo first before they show up. Girl. All right. Okay.
How could someone do this to them?
How could you do this? Ha 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 ha. I have to reload. Can you wait a second? Oh. Gagged. Alright, I'm not fighting all of you guys. I'm gonna be honest. I'm jumping out this window. I'm out. I'm done here. I'm literally done here. I got what I wanted and I'm leaving.
Thanks.
Chris, don't waste that. We need that ammo. Chris, don't waste that. We need that ammo. Chris, don't waste that. We need that ammo. Oh my god, he's actually so dumb.
I'll handle these guys. You concentrate on steering.
Are you sure? Because you have no ammo now, sir.
I need ammo.
I literally can't give you ammo right now. We're literally soft locked.
Slow this thing down. I can't get a beat on him.
Are you pleased?
Thanks.
Are you pleased?
Thanks.
There are 5 guys. If he didn't shoot before we left, he would have been able to kill.
We don't have a choice. Let's move.
Hello, alligator. Okay. Hello. Can we climb, please? I don't want to get eaten by a crocodile. Are they crocodiles or alligators? We'll never know. We will actually never know. What the? Were you guys in the ceiling? Oh, gag him. Oh, he's up. He did a kip up like WWE. Can I please be left alone? Alright, I'm out of here. We go this way. Uh-oh. I forgot about the crocodiles. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. That part was the scariest when I was a kid, but now it's not even scary at all. For me, para me. There are guys chasing us.
Thanks.
Let's go. Where we put this stuff. This is extra. I always end up going here first, but this is my first time I've actually played this and not gone here first, which is weird. I didn't know this was the furthest out.
Thanks for the help.
You're so welcome. Can you move out of my way?
Much appreciated.
And I would do it again, honestly. Fuck that chicken.
Come on.
Okay.
Let me get the jewels. Diamonds. Pearls. Alright. It's all fun and games until the next part when literally this giant guy runs up on me and he does so much damage. Like, these guys we could just run past. Excuse me. What the? That was a little much. Oh, thank you. Can't keep my hands to myself. Honestly, my goal in life... What are your aspirations in life? To be happy. The way I used to listen to that song and cry. I used to literally listen to that song and bawl my eyes out. I'm dead serious. Pretty hurts. So true, me. Wow. Sneaky sneaks. I actually like this area a lot. Probably one of my favorites in the game. I'm gonna take this magnum for myself. Oh, wow. Pretends to be shocked. Gasp. Oh, unlimited ammo, you say? Who wanna fight me? This guy over here. Easy. Game just got easy mode. Chris, take all my ammo, would you? Be a doll.
Much appreciated. Reload! Much appreciated.
Exactly. Like, literally exactly.
Chris.
Roger.
Roger?
I'll handle the crank. You just get over to the bridge.
Roger. I missed that season, I must say. I must say. You know who I missed the most from that season? Besides Roger? Jada Essence Hall. What a legend. Is that a snake? Girl, get off. Oh my god. am I supposed to be looking at? She's such an icon. I love her. Her reveal runway, the 4-in-1, girl.
Thanks.
No, no, no! I hate you, Chris. I meant to do this.
Thanks. Thanks for the help.
You're so welcome.
Come on!
Roger.
Come on!
Roger.
Chris!
Okay.
Hurry up! Chris!
Chris, hurry up. Hurry up. Chris! Methinks. Okay, we're just gonna give, like, literally just give Chris a Magnum. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, we're not here for a serious playthrough. Hey, I want that one. I don't want this. It's clogging my inventory. Yes. The old graphics vibe. That's why I love it, baby. Why doesn't this have?
I need your magic.
Take this.
You take that then.
Thanks.
Very bizarre.
Come on!
Okay.
Heart's cake.
Come on!
Oh, please. Thought I just started bleeding. Can we shoot these guys that are like trying to murder us from a distance? Whoa, buddies. Like, let's shoot this guy. I literally can't even see him. How the fuck? Alright, let me do the quick time.
Chris!
Okay, Sheva, get on the raft. I'll turn the crank.
Yeah, of course they make the AI do this. I'm going.
I got this. Just don't fall off.
I think it's Ellen. I don't even remember. Okay. Just like that one that killed that kid at Disney. So sad. Welcome back, Curtis. I don't think Curtis has left, but just saying. I'm giving Curtis the attention he deserves right now. Wait, did that really happen? Yeah, some, like, adults left their kid unattended, so it, like, crawled over to, like, where the water was, and then it got eaten by a crocodile. That would be me. I would leave my child unattended, and it would get literally slaughtered by a crocodile.
They're one of the companies funding the
So maybe I should never be a mother.
What are you doing here?
I think I could be... I think I'd be a lovely mother to, maybe a nice, like, goldfish. Or a snake. I can't hear the name Curtis without thinking of IMHO. Please? I love IMHO so much. I, like, say this, like, every week. Like, I talk about IMHO so much on Alexis and Darby.
Looks like we've arrived at the oil field.
Yeah. And Irving's not
Curtis is such, like, a dad, like, husband name. It really is, though.
Irving, we got you now.
What are they called? They're, like, instead of, like, housewife, they're called, like... Oh my god, what are they called? Because, like, in Genshin, Toma's, like, a male wife. I don't know what you would call them. House husband. Hi, Jade. Well, I'ma do it. I have infinite ammo. I think literally in the Genshin description for Toma, it's like described that he's like that. I cook and clean, I work in the home. Oh my god, I'm being attacked. I'm being accosted. Is that a Trashly emote? What is that? I need to get more emotes. Can we do like a subathon? Can we start one right now? I'll stream for like 39 hours. I don't know. Let's get the funds together. The recoil on her pistol. It's a magnum, so it does a lot of damage, but I have infinite ammo, so it works. We talk about how people love this Chris skin when Sailor Chris and Samurai Chris skins exist. I don't have the Sailor one unlocked, and I also don't have Sheva's like cunty bikini cheetah print outfit unlocked, which makes me so sad. When is the next emote unlocked? I have, guys, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I have about like 20 emote slots I can use, and I haven't used them since I got partner because I don't have the money to make new emotes. I'm dead serious. That was my goal to get partner, was more emote slots, and I still haven't filled them out since I got partner in May. Yeah, she has like a really cute bikini one, but you have to get all the BSAA albums, and I just haven't done that. But they are the best skins. I think you can mod it into this game because I think I saw Deer play with it one time. Hey, loser. Hey, flop. 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 How's it feel to be on the ground? Flop. Anyways. Hi, Stutter Guy. Welcome in. Don't you just love women? I love women. Why is that still hot? Chris, can you do this?
Roger.
Be useful. I love the fairy tale outfit. We were just playing with it. I just swapped it. I always play with the fairy tale outfit, so I was like, let me do something a little crazy. I should play with her like blonde bob. That one's cunty too. All of her outfits are cunty. I hope they add them to Dead by Daylight. It'd make me want to play DBD more, but DBD is so boring right now. I don't care if you add a shirtless guy to the game. Like, literally, it's good for a taste, but not a swallow. Like, I will look at the shirtless guy from other people's streams and from the loading screen, but it's not going to make me log into Dead by Daylight and play Dead by Daylight. Like, unless they add full cock and balls and Speedo skins, and then, like, penis jiggle physics, and then a girl with like a bikini, blonde, big tits, Trisha Paytas survivor, I will not be playing Dead by Daylight. And that's just my opinion. Sex and DVD web. Okay, let's take it there. When are we gonna get a trans character in Dead by Daylight? Like, let's just take it there. Like, also, when are we gonna get the trans flag as a charm? Why can't we do that? That's the bare fucking minimum. It's a recolor of the pride fucking flag. Just change the color story to the pride flag. It'll make it a trans flag. They are so... I don't know how people are, like, involved. Where is the chainsaw guy?
Okay.
I hope this year at Pride they add the trans and like bisexual, pansexual, lesbian flags, because there is absolutely no reason for why Dead by Daylight doesn't have other Pride charms besides rainbow Pride charms. It is literally just the bare minimum. Yeah, the game is very hard for new players nowadays. I couldn't imagine like not knowing anything. Like sometimes I'll go back and play it for a second, but like they've added so many new perks. I'm like, what's happening? I could not imagine like starting it now. I would be like lost. Where's our shirtless character? That's what I'm saying.
Roger.
I want someone to take it there. That's the visibility that would be so fucking iconic. As if we had, like, trans man, trans woman characters that were, like... I would love to see... No. Because then people would take it the wrong way.
Josh?
Sheva?
You're alive. Are you okay? What? How did you get here?
We were at the port when we were attacked. And then, well, I ended up here. Where's the rest of the team?
Dead. I was kidding.
Shit.
It's just the three of us now.
Why
Oh,
did you not retreat?
I was literally
we
just
don't know much about
JK.
I've got unfinished business.
They're
The hard
actually
drive
dead.
containing data on the BOW experiment had a picture inside. The picture was of Chris's friend.
A friend?
I'm not leaving until I catch Irving and find out what the hell's going on here.
Let's save the chit chat for later.
I was gonna say that, Curtis, but I was also gonna say like the equivalent to like girl cock, but then like I feel like it would be counterproductive. It's like, yes, I am part of the trans community that I'd like to think is valid and not like taking the steps to transform my body, and I'm still valid and trans, but I don't think it would like I don't know. I don't think it would be received the right way. Well, Poison from Street Fighter has a girl cock, and she's an icon. I'm gonna be honest, I think she's like the only like woman in media that I can like actually like trans woman in media that I can relate to. Oh yeah, I forgot. A lot of 2D fighters have that representation, but like their communities are garbage. Like, I really want to get Guilty Gear Strive. I really want to get, like, these 2D fighters and, like, stream them. But it's like the speedrunning community, too. When I used to do speedrunning, like, they completely shit on my life. They were so fucking misogynistic and transphobic. It was so gross.
Should be an exit up ahead. Go!
I love that. Yeah, I remember when she got released, it was like this big thing on Twitter. Like, I've known her since, because I think in the new game she's reintroduced, but she's been in the franchise a while.
Damn it! Is everything locked down?
But I know like some games, like Birdo, for example. Birdo in the Western version of the game was not a woman, and then like in the States got changed, or something about like when it shifts, like they change the gender or something. So it's just implied that they're trans, but you know what I mean? It's not really ever confirmed like by creators and stuff, which would be nice. Just make your characters canonically trans, you know? I don't know. Just like say it outright. Why not? I don't know. I honestly don't feel like... I honestly have like a lot of imposter syndrome when it comes to like speaking on trans stuff, because like I love being trans and I love speaking for my community, but I just don't think that I'm trans enough. And I feel like other people are more intelligent and like better spokespeople for the community. But like for me, I haven't even done anything in my progress.
It looks like Irving is trying to blow up.
Besides grow out my hair.
You must stop him before it is too late.
Identify.
I'll try to find us a way out of here.
All right. We'll go after Irving.
Good. Okay. Now there's a dock up ahead. That is probably where he is going to make his break.
Copy that. And Josh, be careful.
Let's hurry.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Hi, King's Roar.
Roger.
But also, while we have... Hold on. Let me see. I'm gonna test this so I can call some people out. Hold on. We have an amazing streamer in the chat and I have not given a shout out. Hold on. You can do it on mobile, guys. Work. Everybody follow Tove, please. Please. So true. As you should. Fuck men. Murder their ass. What do you mean, wait, isn't that? This always confused me. Not, wait, isn't that? You don't know who that is, Sheva. You literally have no idea who that is. She was wearing a mask.
Wait!
Mask up.
I hate that guy.
No, literally, I'm like, girl, you do not know. Also, did you see that Twitch added like a protection mode? They added it this morning, I guess, to prevent hate raiding. Pretty fierce, if you ask me. Bare minimum, but I was gagged. I was shocked. They're a little late on that. The way I just got smacked. Oh my god, I forgot there's bombs.
Get over here! Hurry!
Hey, Chris.
Quickly, we must go. Are you all right?
Oh my god, ow. My controller fell and I think skipped the cutscene. Because it was vibrating very aggressively. Calm down.
What happened to Irving?
Ooh, GAF.
Well, he can't have gone too far.
Josh.
Thanks.
This part, I can't. These like action boat scenes.
We got company.
I'm on it.
We got you coming.
Here we go. Hang on tight.
Girl, Girl, I can't aim. I literally can't see without my glasses. Oh, really? Life glitch. That's interesting. I love that. Gay rights. What is happening? I want to blow it up. Are people just like not gay? How boring. Being gay is fun.
See what you two can do to get it over.
Everyone should be a little gay, right? Just a little. Give me just a little bit more. Oh me, oh my. Where the fuck is Kretz?
All right, let's go.
I like literally can't see where my reticle is shooting. Don't I have to dodge right here?
Another place. Get down.
Widowmaker here. Like literally cannot see. Why am I dying?
Okay, you two know what to do.
I have no health. Oh man, there's another one right here.
Thanks.
You're welcome, I guess. It is action-y. Very action-y, especially this section. But I kind of live. I mean, who doesn't want a little action in their life, if you know what I'm saying? Ho!
I've got the other one covered. You just hold on. They're coming.
Chris, I'm dying!
You okay? Much appreciated.
Reload.
Oh, you killed them.
I've got the other one covered. You just hold on.
Well, hurry up. Can we go this way? I should have gotten that red herb. The red herb standing there taunting me. Oh, work. That's the section. Okay, period. I thought we were gonna have to do more. Is this a cut? Like, I have to do a quick time? I haven't gotten this far lately, so I don't know. I usually play up to this point and then I stop. Oh, Jesus, I think it is a quick time.
They're gonna sink us. We've got to do something.
Jump, girl.
Hold on. Get ready.
Do something, Charlie.
What are you going to do about them?
You're just one of Excella's playthings. It was your master who was supposed
One more time. What are you going to do about them?
All right.
Excel is a queen.
Use it.
This.
Boss fight check.
Just die already? You're making me look bad. Who do you think got this entire operation off the ground? Research like this doesn't fund itself, you know. Yet everyone looks down on me. But not anymore.
Don't do it!
I'm far beyond anything you could ever hope to become.
Oh my god, it's the Kraken from Bayonetta 3.
Shit. I just had an extreme makeover.
Well, that's quirky and fun.
Chris, status report. What the hell is that thing?
Just get out of here, Josh. It's too dangerous.
We'll try to stop it.
Understood. Just try not to get yourself killed.
Irving transformed too quickly. He must have a weak spot we can exploit.
I see it. It's right there. Oh! Oh. Excuse me.
First we crack the shell, and now we get the nut inside.
You got the what inside? They knew what they were saying when they wrote that line. You ser- Chris, you can't be serious.
Stay with me.
I missed my dodge. Girl, I'm dying. Girl, I'm dying. Oh, work. I'll use this. Fuck you, Chris. Oh. Chris has no ammo right now. Get gagged. He's so ugly.
What you're planning to do?
Damn it, fella. I guess I wasn't worth the good stuff.
Excella.
Where is this facility? Answer me. What is the Ouroboros project?
You say, wow, you two are just on top of everything, aren't you?
The balance of the world is changing and you're completely oblivious to it.
What's changing? What are you talking about? Is it the Ouroboros project? Is that it?
No one can stop it. Ouroboros is about to change everything we've ever come to know.
Chris!
Chris? You're Chris.
What's so funny? How do you know about me?
All your answers are way ahead, Chris. In that cave. If you can survive long enough to get them.
The Joker.
It's not so bad, but it's not gonna change anything. You're still screwed.
We're wasting time here.
Chris.
Hi, Belly. Thank you. LOL. He died.
Now what?
Girl, I don't know. They look good in those cutscenes. Like, the graphics is pretty good. Oh, wow. I can now view him in the archives. Very pleased with that. Oh my god, yes! I love this chapter.
So this is the place he was talking about.
That's the boat the woman used to get away.
So, you two are really going to go through with this?
Yeah.
This is not just about Jill, but the Ouroboros project as well.
I guess there's nothing I can do to stop you. I will call HQ and try to get the withdrawal order rescinded. I will also try to get you back up. Try not to get yourselves killed.
I'll try my best.
That name Irving said, Excel.
You've heard it before?
That's the name of the director of Tricell's African division.
Do you think she could be connected to Irving?
It's possible, but I don't have any proof.
Tricell. There is a connection. What does that mean for Africa?
Not sure, but if we keep going, we're bound to find out.
True. Let's move.
This is... They had Lara Croft wondering during this section. Oh my god, all these spiders. Ew. Can you take all of this? Because you need it.
Come on! You take
I got an infinite ammo gun. I'm good, baby. I'm good.
Thanks for the help.
You can have it.
Okay.
This game was a gold mine for like farming for the currency to get an infinite gun. I remember doing this strategy when I was little. Not a gold gun, infinite ammo. I love this part. It's literally so Tomb Raider. I don't know what about it. It's just like so fun.
I never knew such a place existed here.
Looks like there's been some recent activity.
And the way they get
Irving is telling the
separated,
truth when he
it's
said
so
we
fun.
find answers in this place.
Need a hand?
I do. Same, I'm really excited. I hope they do good by it. Period, baby, go to the store. I'm just going to the store, to the store. Part was so rotted. How dare you? I just realized I can have, I went grocery shopping so I can get a granola bar if I want one. Oh my god. I'm gonna get a granola bar after this part. I need one so bad. I love a granola bar. I love a granola bar. Love a granola bar. Oh, hi. Are there like thousands of them right now? Girl. Literally gagging them with ease. Not this being another trapdoor. I landed. And heals too. Okay, queen. Get off me! Let me get out of here. Can you calm down, sir? Chris, why do you need help? Where did they all come from? I literally see a symbol up there. Give me it! Yes, I got it. Do we have to run to the door? Yeah. Or to close.
It's a trap! Watch out! Hurry! It's gonna
I made it. Don't worry, Chris. I got your back.
Does everything have to be a close call?
Chris, hurry up. Chris,
Okay.
hurry
Roger.
up. Hurry
Okay.
up. Chris,
Roger.
come on.
Roger.
Hurry up.
Okay.
Hurry up.
Okay.
Hurry up. Come on.
Okay.
Idiot man. Oh, this is QuickTime Central. I clicked the wrong button. God damn it. I thought, because the QuickTime so far have been X, so I pressed X. Don't look at me. Don't make fun of me. It literally changed! That's so rotted. At least I'm pretty. Oh my god, I almost missed it again. Oh! All right. Third time is a charm, or whatever they say. Hello, Talasasi. I don't think okay, I thought I missed that. Oh my god, it's random. It doesn't have it's literally randomized. Unfair. I clicked the wrong button. Girl, run. Oh, slow motion with it. Okay. The replay? So camp. Not sold that tea like that DDT like Ronda. Sheva would never do that. Don't compare Sheva to Ronda Rousey. How dare you? You're sick. This is what he does. He just comes in and gaslights me. Is this where we fight the giant water spider? If my memory serves me correctly, it is. When they talk about hashtag fire Ronda Rousey on SmackDown this Friday, I will giggle. Okay, this part's kind of a pain in the dick. We have to do like 10 puzzles. Like, what? Okay, well, since we're doing puzzles, let me go get my granola bar and use the restroom. Hello? Yeah, there's a giant spider, so trigger warning, arachnophobia. Love some granola. Love my granola. Like an old lady. I am old. I'm opening my granola bars. Can this open? Why am I struggling? There's so many in here. How many is that? There's like 10. Work. I can't find just like plain chocolate chip granola lately. Because like, I guess a lot of them are like peanut butter. There's like variety pack, like peanut butter ones. And I'm like, I will literally die if I eat that. Like, let's not do that. Just chocolate chip granola bar. I'm gonna assume it's healthy because it's a granola bar. You know what? If it's not, then I don't want to hear it. Okay. I thought it was peanut butter for a second. I was like, me when I die on stream because I eat a peanut butter bar. True. Content. Hi, Crimson. Lost right now. When I make that the title for the YouTube VOD, what then? Streamer dies on stream from eating granola bar.
Chris!
Okay, take the other one.
Why do I have to? Men are so needy. Oh, trust me, I know. All men want to do is be the little spoon. I swear to you.
Much appreciated.
I mean, duh. Unfortunately, it's not an option for people like me because I'm fucking 6'1", so I can't be the little spoon. That is true for you. You're a very, very tiny top. There is always a choice. Spill. Wait, no, I should have watched that because now I don't know where to go. I hate this foundation. This foundation just makes me so uncomfortable and itchy. I need my kimchi beauty to come in. That's why I'm all stuffy and like my nose is all gross and I hate it. It gets so, this foundation gets so dry and like tacky and like so fast. But when I use Kimchi Beauty's new foundation, because I haven't used a new foundation in forever, it's, I don't have any issues, ever. For the last month I've been using it. But this like Maybelline one that's like probably expired. So bad. And I used to use it. It used to be my swear by foundation. Don't buy it. If you're like uncomfortable when you put your makeup on, you need to get something else. Like I found that out recently. Like if your makeup is making you uncomfortable in a way, you need to buy more expensive makeup. No, honestly. Sometimes it's not the case, but like if you're looking for like long lasting, probably like more lightweight, I'd buy more expensive foundation. Well, even with like Mayron and Krylon, like those pan sticks are pretty expensive and they are good foundations. Like, I just really have to stop using, like drugstore. Because drugstore makeup is not made for, like... honestly, drag makeup. It's, like, supposed to be, like, lightweight. They don't want you making, like, a full, like, cake face of it. Especially what I do to it, like, they're probably like, nah, no, no, no. Don't do that. That's literally why I'm so uncomfortable right now. Like, my nose is so irritated. My skin is, like, crying for help. I'm gonna try to do some, like, refreshing mist in a second. Like, powder a little bit.
Chris!
Okay. Only one, huh? Guess one of us will have to find the other one.
I literally have no idea how Ethel is not in my... Like, actually have no idea. She was in my top artists, but none of her songs were up there. I think it's because I discovered her this year before my playlist was crafted. And she's not on my playlist. Like, I have a playlist that goes every day. she's not on that because when I listen to her, I need to be like in the mood. I also need to be mentally stable to listen to her music because I am so mentally ill. Every time I listen to it, I spiral. And I haven't listened to her in a while, so. But I do love her.
Chris!
Okay. Only one, huh? Guess one of us will have to find the other one.
Some type of phobic? Maybe a little bit. My top song, like, I do not know why that's my top song. It's a good song, but I'm like, why is that my top song? Like, I was gagged. It's a good bop, but I'm like, what? Can you fight for yourself, Chris? Like... Please. Why would WWE be in your top artists? Okay. We just pulled the switch, Chris. No, mine's all over the place too. I need to look at it again. Like, I need to inspect. What is He's Not You? Like, these songs, honestly, to me, are very unrecognizable, and I only recognize them when I'm listening to that song. I can't even, I don't even have Spotify Premium anymore, so... Time to go to YouTube. One of my top genres was escape room. What? Oh, this song's good, yeah. This should have been my top one. Yeah, this is a good bop. This other top one song is so corny. Like, I'm so mad this is my other top song. This is my number 5 song. So dumb. I love her, but like, no. I'm like mad as hell that's my top 5. I'm glad Carly is up there. I don't know how When You Saw Love got up there twice. I didn't like the song that much. For anyone wondering, my top 5 Spotify Wrapped: When You Saw Love feat. Baby Girl, Elio and Baby Girl. Then number 2 is When You Saw Love, just Elio, no remix. He's Not You by Verity. I don't even know how to pronounce her name. Verite. Talking to Yourself by Carly Rae Jepsen is number 4, and then number 5 is Nevermind by Simone. Thank you, Giovanna. My top artists were Ariana Grande at number 1, Ethel Cain number 2, Charlie XCX at number 3, Ilio 4, and Doja Cat number 5. Surprised Doja's up there. I think it's probably Woman. That's like one of my only songs I listen about. Well, I do like her music. I just haven't like... Can I get a new Spotify Wrapped? Like, can I get a reroll? I don't think mine's accurate. I'm actually upset by it, actually. I don't think mine's accurate. Wait, maybe I could look at the playlist they make for me, and then I can go to like. No, I can't because I don't even have fucking Spotify Premium. That is so annoying. I wonder if I could send this playlist and then like see if somebody else can view what it is. Let's see. Let me try sending it in a Discord and then like seeing if it'll pull up the playlist. Wait, I could literally put it in a Discord bot and then the Discord bot would play it. That's what I'm saying, Curtis. Literally. It stopped in October. Like, that's when the cutoff was. Yeah, literally. I like just don't remember listening to Doja Cat that much, and also like I'm like mad. Like that does not seem like my top song. I wasn't. I think it's because it's the first song in my playlist, so it automatically gets a stream every time I start my playlist.
Come on.
Which is not fair. That's not fair. That is unfair. Oh, she's back. I set myself on fire. True. Get gagged. I hope there's like a... Oh, there is going to be a Twitch recap. There will be. I'm excited to see that. I hope they do more with Twitch recap. I hope it's like... I hope I get one that's like kind of curated for me. For like my streaming. Like, what did you stream the most? Or like, what game like categories? Like, what's the synopsis? Like, I hope there's something there. Or like maybe even like a Steam recap or something. Like how many games you've streamed.
The preparations are almost complete.
Work. One of the best characters of Resident Evil.
You know, I was surprised Las Plagas was such a success. When you first arrived, I had my doubts. And now Ouroboros is complete.
Your position at Tricell is secured.
Oh, I have my eyes set on something much bigger. You'll be needing a partner, right? Someone suitable to join you in your new world. I believe I've proven I'm worthy, haven't I?
Queen? God, I wish that were me.
It appears your old friend, Chris Redfield, has come to pay you a visit. Do I sense concern?
The plan is in its final stages. I will not tolerate delays.
Superior breed creating a new genital virus. You used to become a god.
That right is now mine.
I never understood who that old fart was.
I should thank you, Spencer.
Just some random guy he stole the thing from. Like, oh, work. I guess. Spencer from iCarly. The grenade launcher on her back right now. The iCarly theme song goes hard. You can't even lie. Like, try not shaking your ass to the iCarly theme song. Like, it's good. The way he got gagged.
I'm pretty sure we don't want to get hit by that.
Oh god. What the fuck?
Hurry up! Come on!
Okay.
Leave it to Sheva. Women do all the work around here. Chris does absolutely nothing. Well. That scared me. The fuck?
Thanks.
How is this fair? Bye, flops.
Help me out here. Appreciate it.
At least I got a checkpoint if I die. I need a green herb, please. Ah! Oh my god. I haven't been able to say it because I'm finishing the project. But I love you, you look hot. Thank you, I love you too. How are you doing? Hi. It's okay. I know what you're doing, so it's literally fine. Hello? Where did that shot come from? Oh, because I can take a few shots, baby. Okay, well, I'm gonna die. Oh, is there Charizard raids happening today? Is that happening today? Of course. I'm trying to get used to the, you know, texting first kind of thing. So, you know, kind of put myself out there. I think it drops at midnight or 3 a.m. Work. Well, I'll be streaming, so we'll figure it out. I'm not going to bed anytime soon, baby. I'm ready. I could fight fucking God right now. Let's go! Sorry. Who was that? Did someone just take my stream over? Who was that? Some man just walked in. Then just slide into Madonna's DMs. Yeah, I will. That seems easy enough. Is that a thing? The way that just woke me up from a nap. Good morning, honey. I fell asleep and that woke me. Not me waking everybody's ass up. Good morning, chat. Good morning, my lovely community members that I put to sleep because I'm so fucking boring. I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
Okay, we have to figure out what to do to get out of here.
Watch your step. Those lasers will give us more than just a tan.
Good morning, Miss Network. I'm so funny. You just have a calming voice. Literally, I woke everybody up because I have such a calming and delicate voice. Like, yeah. Okay, so from what I remember, this can insta-kill us, so let's not do that. Oh! That was almost bad. Well, it doesn't matter. We don't need to go backwards, we need to go forwards. Right? Yeah, it doesn't matter. Wait, does the light start there? Wait, is this an elevator? I'm pretty sure this is an elevator. Hold on. It is.
I think we got it.
Get over here. You know what I want to buy more of? I want to get more bucket hats. I want to get more, like, cute little bucket hats. They're really cute. They're, like, in style this winter. And this winter, the color, I don't know if you guys are, like, in with, like, this is gonna sound shady, but I'm just, like, trying to say it. But, like, I don't know if you guys are, like, up to date with, like, the style trends and stuff, but I think the color this winter is, like, cream and burgundy. It usually is, but it's, like, a lot of tans and whites, like creams colors and whites, and then burgundy. But mostly I would say the cream and the tan colors. Like mixing and matching cream, tan, and white colors are very on trend this winter. So did I buy a bunch of stuff like that? Yeah, I did. I love it. I'm so down with like the brown, like I love like the brown tones and stuff, like so good. I'm dying. I'm okay, guys. Thanks for wondering. The sperm brow. Sperm brow? Aw. Well, look what I just did. I just put myself in a maze. That's amazing! Curtis, when are you gonna install Overwatch? You told me you were gonna do that weeks ago.
Okay, that's done. Let's move.
Well, I actually think it would be constructive, because if we played with Marshall, then maybe we won't get stuck on the Australian servers, because every time I play with Marshall, it's like 4 in the morning, and I get put on the Australian servers, and I have 200 ping, so I can't play Widowmaker, and it makes me upset. So I feel like if we did a 2-to-1 ratio, we'd be put on the American servers. Well, I'm not gonna force you to freaking play. Well, I wouldn't... Okay, well, maybe I should just, like, take back what I just said, because, like, if you literally install it... I guess it's good to have, but I literally have like, a super busy weekend. No, I do. Fuck you. You can't outdo the doer. So you're saying you want to play Overwatch? I always want to play Overwatch. That's a lie. Sometimes I get burnt out after a couple of games. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. That's how it should be. That's how him should be. Sit by your computer and wait for me to be ready. Exactly, exactly. That's all you're good for. Just kidding. Oh, wow. Is there a dead body hanging from the ceiling? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. The gas is already lit. I do, but I fall asleep. True. Hi, where's the rest? Literally. Well, I'm on the worst sleep schedule in my life, honestly. I'm sorry. I'm just so depressed. I just, like, don't care. Is that bad? Like, I just don't care. I care about my life and my, like, impact on the earth, but like I don't really care about like what time I'm awake or what time I'm asleep. And I would do it again. And I'll message you at 3 a.m. and you're gonna love it. Don't act like you didn't love it. Don't play possum in my chat. Like, where are we going? Oh, we have to angle the... What the... I have to literally change the angle of this entire puzzle. I do. Okay, this is gonna be dangerous because this could insta-kill me. Okay, progress. I won't lie to you guys. I'm gonna be very vulnerable here on the live. There have been multiple times this year, and I'm leaving this in 2022. I'm not doing it again. There have been multiple times this year that I have sacrificed my time to appease others and try to form bonds and connections that aren't even there from the jump. So like, it's hard for me to do anything but streaming because that's what I can rely on. I can rely that I'm gonna be on stream, I'm gonna play a game, I'm gonna make my content, and there's gonna be people in my chat to support me. But when I sacrifice my time and it never is either reciprocated, appreciated, or whatever, because it's happened multiple times this year, it makes it so hard to be like, yeah, I'm gonna get out of bed early and spend time with these people, or I'm gonna get out of bed and I'm gonna try to form new bonds and stuff. So like, my time, I'm like, I'm really just gonna put it all into streaming until it's like, I know it's worth my, not that it's worth or not worth my time, but I know that it's there. That I know there's someone that I can really trust. I know that there's someone I can really depend on, that I'm not wasting my energy on. I hate wasting my energy if it's not going to be loved and appreciated and noticed, and that. I'm leaving that in 2022. I'm not gonna fucking bend over backwards, adjust my schedule, sacrifice my content and my career for people that clearly don't care about me.
Great. Now let's get out of here.
So that's why I'm on the worst sleep schedule of my life, because it's not even the worst sleep schedule. It just works for my goals. Like, create content until the ass crack of night, get a bunch of raids because nobody's awake at this hour, upload the YouTube VODs and they're up the next day, and then do it all over again. Not dependable king with goulash. You're sick. I like my schedule too. It's just a bit unfortunate. Like, I can't enjoy. I would like to enjoy the early hours of the day. Like, I love a breakfast. I love a breakfast, but I just can't. I can't wake up. My body doesn't let me out of bed, and I'm not gonna. That's another thing. I'm not gonna force my body when I make my own schedule, if that makes sense. Like, I'm full-time streamer, full-time content creator. I'm not gonna hurt my body when it doesn't need to be hurt. Or I'm not gonna struggle when it doesn't have to be. If I had a paid gig, if I had like a collaboration, if I had to be somewhere, if I have a doctor's appointment, I'll do it.
What?
But
What was Umbrella doing?
I don't know. It doesn't look like anyone's been around for a while.
You can be sure they want
I mean, people who want to be a part of your life will make time for you, so... Well, yeah. But people, don't misjudge that for, like, people taking advantage of you. Because people do. A lot. And I am definitely a victim of being manipulated and taken advantage of and lied to. I hate a liar. Just be upfront. It's not gonna hurt my feelings. Why am I playing as Chris?
Not sure.
Oh.
But obviously there's a connection here with Umbrella. And that's never a good sign.
Hi, Devil.
We'll worry about this later. First, we need to find out about Jill.
You're right. Let's see what we can dig up.
I think everything happens for a reason. I'm so the opposite. My bestie lives in Australia, so I have to be awake early to play video games with them, so I'm used to being awake at 8 a.m. Oh, really? I just have them wake up earlier, aka Marshall. Marshall's up at like 6 a.m. I'm like, wake up earlier if you want to spend time with me. I'm a bend over backer. I am too, but for people that deserve it. And my problem this year is being blinded to the wrong bend over backies. Like, like, I've been so, what's the word? I've been so naive in placing my trust in people that are so willing to break it on the drop of a hat. I just think it's a two-way street, and whether it's romantic, it's friendship, it's whatever, I think it's a two-way street. It should be 50-50. It shouldn't be like this and that, and especially in relationships and stuff, you need to, like, with friends and anybody, like, you just have to be upfront. Like, when you have that conversation, when is it okay to lie? Like, when is it okay to lie, and when shouldn't you? I mean, I'm not that type of person to be like, I'm gonna lie to you about everything, but I think a lot of distrust forms from lies. I've been the fucker. Oh, wow. In a positive note, are there 5 people this year that have possibly, in fact, impacted your life day to day? Yes. No. Yes.
They must be processing these flowers to make something.
Yes, but no. I can say confidently that there are people that...
No doubt about it.
We're finally getting somewhere.
Your DoorDash driver doesn't count. I think there are significant people in my life that I love to this day, but there are some people that I don't need to talk to every day, and I know they're there, but there are some people that I do need to talk to every day that I know they're there. If that makes sense. It doesn't, but it needs to make sense. To me, para me. There are some people that I know, let me give an example. There are some people I know are fucking busy. Like, I know you're busy, but they do check in and they know that that I love them and we appreciate each other. Like, Marisol, to me, one of my besties for life. I love them. Amazing. Done everything for me. Like, that would be one of my 5 people this year that have positively impacted my life. Because they're real, they're honest, they never give me bullshit, and they are always there when I need it. But I don't talk to them every day, and I don't have to either. And I think that's just how our relationship dynamic works. Some people can't have that dynamic, though. Like, you can't go a couple days without not talking to each other. An example of that for me is Marshall. If I don't talk to Marshall every day, I'm kind of at a loss. So... And sometimes people even expect, like, way too much out of you. Like, I messaged you a while ago about hanging out, but you couldn't, and I wasn't butthurt about it, but it's because you're such a busy person and got your own stuff going on. It would be crazy of me to expect you to drop everything. And I appreciate that so much. Because I've seen the flip side of the coin and the other side of the coin, too. But sometimes I do get in that headspace of getting a little butthurt and not realizing that people are busy, and that's me. Like, that's my issue, because I honestly can see my faults. I'm not stupid. Like, I am main full character. Like, I am convinced that everybody has to drop their life for me. I'm convinced that when you're at work, you need to text me. I'm like that crazy bitch. Like, I know I'm the problem sometimes. Trust me, I know. Oh my god, please. Fuck. Juice! Thank you for the raid! Not me having a heartfelt moment and, like, talking about my life and stuff. Oh my god, Speezy Channel is raiding with a party of 21! Oh my god, look at this. Hello, besties. It's Nem, I'm the problem. Yeah, we're venting about how I'm the problem and I'm the main character. I'm so pretty, you should drop your life for me. Exactly, Ermagerd. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Okay, we're getting 3 fucking raids at once. So, let me do introductions. I'm Nemesis. I run the network around here. I stream and drag 5 days a week. This is my full-time job. Variety, retro streamer, GameCube, Wii, PS2, fucking, I do it all. My pronouns are she, her. I am a trans femme individual here on the platform. You can call me Nem, Nemi, Nemesis, whatever you want to call me. Just don't dead name me. I'm a mother of 2. You can call me Mother. You can call me Mommy. If you give me $5, that's my mommy fee. Hey, the mommy fee at the door. Jack Jade, welcome in. Gabby, welcome in. Kate, so happy to see you. I love you so much. I would drop my life for you. Exactly. I am such a problem. Today we are playing Resident Evil 5. So, Juice, was tonight the event? Sorry, I'm spitting. And Ermagerd, was tonight the event? Did everybody play Dead by Daylight? Was that the event tonight? I've been seeing that on Twitter. And I don't know what day it is because I wake up and it's like 7 o'clock. Yes, it was. Well, I hope it went amazing. Love y'all so, so much. I had a good time. So anybody that came in from Dead by Daylight, if you like Dead by Daylight, I'm playing as Sheva, and she is in Dead by Daylight with Mr. Chris. And he looks sexy right here. Yeah, everybody look at his nipples and his bondage attire. It's Fierce Delicious finally won. Hi, everybody. Work. So slay. Finally won a match. Like, she survived. Or did, like, she kill someone? But welcome in. So happy to have you all. Seriously, thank you all so much for the love in the raid. We were just talking, before you came in, we were just talking about, like, life. Like, things were leaving in 2022. She survived. Slay. Secretly cracked at DBD. Yeah, I play DBD, like, maybe once a year. Very slay of me. Hex, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. I want another granola bar. Do y'all fuck up a granola bar? I love a granola bar. The chocolate chip just jumped out of my mouth. What kind of granola bar? Chocolate chip. No, I fuck up a granola bar. A bowl of cereal and it's 4 a.m. Period. Me too, Saint. Like, I'll devour some. You know what I've been getting into lately? This might be controversial yet brave. You want to hear this controversial yet brave opinion? I've been fucking up those Eggo mini pancakes that get rock hard a second out of the microwave. I love to just devour them before they get rock hard. Sorry, I can't say rock hard and not think of... But they're so good. I don't know why. I've never seen an episode of Stranger Things. What do you put on your Eggos? Penis? I don't know. You look so good tonight, baby. Thank you, Juice. I love you so, so much. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope you had fun. I look good. I was gonna put nails on it. I feel so gender dysphoric when I don't put nails on, but I have a little boo-boo. I cut my fingy. You really do though. Thank you, Emergard. I hope you're doing amazing as well. Seriously, thank you all so much for the raids. If you ever need to raid someone in the depths of the night, you know where I'm at. The lady makes your nails look pink, period. I'm also just really pale, so I love being ginger. Ugh. Should we continue? I didn't think it was gonna break. Oh, that is so sweet. My anxiety, literally, if I were to go look at that, I'd be like, but that is so nice to hear. I'm glad to hear it. Considering I've literally streamed, I think, every single day this week. I've been going ham at the streaming lately. It's fun. I mean, why not? And there's a lot of video games coming out lately, so... Nemesis, I feel bad. What? So am I just not gonna be able to heal, Mr. Chris? Like, can you just, like, give me some...
Come on.
Give me a smooch. We're gonna die. Oh, also, if anybody's joining from all of those raids, I know you were just playing Dead by Daylight, but if you don't like horror games,
What the hell was that?
I would leave. I love you. Drop a follow, come back, but like, I don't want you to get scared if you don't like being spooked. I would suggest leaving. Every day this past week when you go live, I know I'm kind of insane a little bit. I also like don't have enough makeup to get me through. Like, I ordered a bunch of makeup on Black Friday so I could, you know, because I get in drag so often. Today getting in drag was a struggle. Like, it was a struggle. Oh no, this is like the thing where all the animals are locked up for testing. This part's so sad. I'm running past, it's so sad. You use makeup? I couldn't tell. That's what I like to hear. Hi, Alex. Oh, I already have one.
Thanks.
Well, now you finally have one.
Thanks.
Pretends to be shocked. Oh my god! Okay, that actually gagged me. Chris, can you do something? You have a gun. Oh, there's more. Hi, Marshall. Okay, give.
Thanks.
Well, like, what?
I need a grenade.
Use this.
I need a grenade.
Take this.
I need a grenade.
Thanks.
So, where were we in our conversation? Oh, we were talking about things that we were leaving and, oh, like 5 people that have impacted your life day to day. Yeah. I would say so. I don't know about 5. Like, I don't talk to somebody like, I don't talk to 5 people every day. True. When we finish this game and I play Sea of Thieves, we got scurvy. Well, I just wasted it. The AK-47. Hello? Well, I don't really need this.
Okay.
You pick it up. I talk to my dog every day. I would love to get a cat, but that, like, where I live, it would not be good for a cat. Like, I would be afraid she would, or he would get, like, hurt. So I live in a basement, and I feel like he would get into, like, all of, like, the little, like, gaps. Because when my cat upstairs, Monty, when he comes down here, when he does, because it's very rarely, only when he wants food, he gets crazy. Like, I think he escaped. Like, I think that's how he got out. Remember that one time Monty almost ran away? I'm gonna start crying. That day was the scariest day of my life. Literally, I think he got out because he was downstairs in the basement.
Thank God there weren't more of them.
Yeah, we wouldn't last in a fight with a whole horde. I need ammo.
Use this. Thanks for the help.
You're welcome. Yeah, let me get a spider. There are spiders down here. I say hi to them. I say, hello.
I don't think they'll notice us.
They got a fix on us.
I don't think they'll notice us. Well, they did, so. There are so many of them. What the fuck? Dude. Hey, Chris. Not a nice Chia pet. Well, I want to get a Trapinch plushie, and that'll be fine. I'll talk to him every day. Hi, Kiro.
Where's the damn elevator?
You're lying to me. I wanted an Oxalotl, but they are very high maintenance. And I would not want to accidentally kill it. That would be sad. Chris, get in the fucking elevator! No, I couldn't, Maddie. Why would you say that, Maddie? That's so fucked up, Maddie. I don't need this.
You can have it.
You take it.
Thanks.
You take that.
Roger.
Roger. Okay. We're about to have a boss fight and I have no health, so that's kind of an issue. Just a little.
What the hell?
The similarities in this game to Bayonetta 3 is actually insane. This is literally where you go with John in Bayonetta 3 to get Dr. Sigurd.
This was in the pictures too.
Wait, that means Jill might be here.
The person that cheated me with. Ugh. Not with a Roger. Actually, Roger. How can you get into a not safe for work scenario with someone named Roger? You like that, Raj?
What have they done?
Stacy's mom has got it going on. I'm right in the Raj. I don't have to stand up to get another granola bar. I won. I like literally just discovered them next to me. I was gagged.
They must be kidnapping people from all over the world to experiment on.
I would be kidnapped. I would.
Stop.
Do you think anyone actually has the name Gertrude?
Why?
Well, that's why.
Spider! Oh! What did you do? Oh, someone fell asleep on his keyboard. Nothing. Curtis is just trolling me.
Thanks. Thanks.
You're welcome.
You can have it.
Okay. Thanks for the help.
You take that.
Roger.
I want more of this. But if I have another one, my heart will stop. It sure does have infinite ammo, baby.
This was in the pictures, too.
Wait. That means Jill might be here.
We already watched this. Let me get to the quick times.
They must be kidnapping people from all over the world to experiment on.
I was eating a granola bar and then Curtis hit the shield mode button. There was a lot happening during this.
Why?
Well, that's why.
That, I almost didn't hit that. That was bad. That was it? You wanted me to do one quick time. Girl, be serious. Okay, well, Chris is dying.
Her guns aren't working. His armor's too thick.
Yeah. I'm working on it.
This isn't working. Look for a soft spot.
I'll show you a soft spot. Well, that's interesting.
Here's our chance.
Does anyone like spiders? Marshall, I know you love this part. Would you like to make the command, Maddie? Would you like to do the technical ability of making that command come back? Yeah, then don't make that face at me. Gagged you with ease. Gagged. Oh, smack him. I'm dying. I'm literally dying. There's a mosquito. I'm gonna shove a grenade in its mouth. I don't think it worked. Am I supposed to like... Oh. Metroid be like... I want to play a Metroid game. I think that could be fun. Me playing a space game? Who would have thunk? I would, but that costs money, honey. Empty.
Damn it. Where is she?
Dead.
Mr. Redfield.
Queen check.
Finally make your acquaintance.
Who the hell are you?
Selegiona. She works with Tricell.
Nice. You've done your homework.
An officer in the Global Pharmaceutical Consortium. Why?
As if I need to explain myself to you. Although, weren't you two given orders to retreat?
So it was you.
Where is Jill?
Jill? Even if I didn't know, you think I would tell you?
Cut the crap.
I mean, you can do whatever you want, baby.
As soon as you two are done with your little vigilante mission, you should leave. There's nothing here worth throwing your lives away for.
She's lying. She knows something.
It's time we get some answers.
I can't take him seriously with the glasses on in these cutscenes. And then literally the daddy harness. Hold on, I wanna change the outfit and then...
So this was the facility Excella was talking about.
She's got us under surveillance.
You please. Special settings, costume. I wish you didn't have the blonde bob in this one. I like this, but I don't like the blonde. Oh, I have infinite ammo for a shotgun. Huh. I do too. I think it's this one.
So this was the facility
It
Excella was
is.
talking
Work.
She's got us under surveillance. I can almost guarantee she sent that VOW to eliminate us.
about. You can ask her about that and about.
Welcome in fighting games.
All right, let's find her then.
It's so painful, especially for me. I don't know what it is. My luck is just not there.
Come on.
Okay.
Oh my god, this part. Girl. How was I supposed to quietly do that? You have the shiny charm. I want to get the shiny charm, but it seems impossible. No? I mean, I guess we'll find out later. I don't have a game to play, guys. Like, I literally don't have a game for us to stream, except for Pokemon. I want to get the Super Mario Bros. U or something. I don't know. I also want to get Sonic Frontiers. I just, like, don't want to get Sonic Frontiers and then, like, next week it's on sale. Like, I'll be so upset.
It's too dangerous. Find a place to hide.
This is when the game just gets silly. Oh wow. Well, I'm dying.
Stay with me.
Can you kill the guy? I mean, it is for me. The Pokedex is just so boring to fill out. It gives stuff, but I can't. Yeah. Oh, really? That's exciting. I definitely want to get it then. I just don't want to, like, I just don't want to get it and then it goes on sale. I'll be upset that I wasted like 30 bucks. I have no idea what that is, fighting games. Hello. I miss all my shots. We are going into probably the hardest part of the game with no health. Oh, Mario. You spelled it funny. That's why I was confused. Yeah, I love that Peach is like a girl boss. It looks really good. They just blew themselves up, so... Whipping her hair and getting naked. It's so true. Can we book a cameo with her? And like, I wanna know what that meant. Yeah, he's doing a horrible job, like, actually. Chris Pratt. He, like, doesn't even try. He sounds dumb.
You know that voice.
It's Excella.
That's being handled, Robert. I'm looking forward to it.
Albert.
What?
How are you holding up, okay, Albert?
Shit, Wesker. I thought he was dead.
Rucius is dead! Oh, no, Rucius just wants me to give him head. I don't know. I don't know why everybody wants him in their films. He's like... Let's be honest, Chris Pratt is really only employed because of his role in fucking... whatever that stupid show is. Parks and Recs, and then... Guardians of the Galaxy. If he didn't have those two roles, he would be jobless. And let's be real. Parks and Recs isn't that great. Like, he doesn't do a fantastic job in that either. You would, Marshall. You would. Not this part. This has the killer beetles. So you're saying that Parks and Recs is better than Total Drama Island? Why would you say that? That's so fucked up. How could you? Fucked. Absolutely fucked. I'm literally Wait. Uh-oh. It was after my time. Baby, go watch it on YouTube. It's free. Go watch it right now. There's no reason for you to not watch that series.
Roger. Okay. Okay.
Hello, gentlemen. Let's know our place. I'm gonna get shot. Worried emoji. No. No. It does. Same, Alex. I'm like, why do I need that in my life? I'm good. I'll pass. Is this the rocket launcher? Nope. I don't want it. Absolutely no. The power's out. I must restore it. Oh, hi, Red. Thought it having politics, huh? See, that's why I didn't watch it. Up here comes the worst enemy in the game that can literally insta-kill you in one hit. That's why we have the infinite magnum. Because these enemies suck. Even with the magnum.
What could they be planning?
I'll take this.
The looks of it.
I don't even have a red herb, a blue herb. I mean, I don't even have a green head. What sensors, Mario? Well, that's fun. Well, they're out and about. Hello. I kind of gagged her. See, that's why I don't want to fucking watch it. Who gives a shit? Not I. Not I. I'll stick to my gay cartoons. It's okay. And my Total Divas.
These look like the test subjects we saw in that lab.
I'm rewatching the storyline where I love Alicia Fox, but Alicia Fox literally looks at Rosa Mendez while Rosa Mendez is fucking about to give birth and goes, I feel like you're being selfish because you want to move your party from Florida to LA. And like, we already planned this party. And she's like, I literally don't want to get on a plane while I'm fucking pregnant, Alicia. She's like, I think you're selfish. I was like, Alicia, what are you talking about? It's so insane. And then she gets so mad. She's like, you're so she's like, don't call me selfish. I've never been selfish. I'm doing this baby shower for you. And then, oh my God, Alicia gets so nasty with it. I love her. She's so me in a fight. Rosa's like, don't yell at me right now. I'm pregnant. It's not good for the baby. And literally, Alicia looks at her dead in the fucking face and goes, Pregnant women yell too. Get over it. I was like, wow. Literally gagged her. I'm back after my old man moment. So true. We said it. Curtis is a dad husband name. And you just followed the prophecy. What the actual fuck is this? I just like my... Okay.
Sheva.
Who's this naked man? That's Dr. Sigurd.
Well, glad you could make it.
I forgot about this fight.
Excella, where's Jill?
Jill.
Good night, Crimson.
Broken record, you know that? Just as single-minded as he said.
Total Divas, if you're not gonna watch WWE and you don't care about wrestling, watch Total Divas. It's like a Real Housewives show with the women of wrestling. It's so good. Literally the best reality TV show. I will never stop thinking about when Ariane took her brother's bong and broke it in front of his friends. She's like, is this funny to you? Is this funny? And breaks his bong.
Then what are you using it for?
Oh, I know you'd be plucked. No, you don't. It's just a reality TV. They explain it too. They explain like stuff in wrestling. It's pretty educational. I think if that's how you're gonna get into wrestling, watch Total Divas, and then you can watch wrestling.
Evolution? What are you talking about?
Oh, you'll find out soon enough. Everyone will.
Bro's got the dogs out.
Too bad.
Why is this guy like naked?
Only the chosen ones are fit for the coming new world.
Excella, wait!
Watch me instantly beat this battle because I have this. Oh shit.
That's the same type of bioweapon that wiped out Alpha Team.
Yes, but this one seems much more ferocious.
Sheva, turn that piece of shit into ashes! Damn, this thing has reach!
That's the same type of bioweapon that wiped out Alpha Team.
Yes, but this one seems much more ferocious.
There, Sheva! It's respawn! Take it out!
Oh, work. I didn't even mean to do that. Oh, she passed away. Oh.
Flamethrower tank is now full. You may resume use when ready.
Why won't he take it? Period.
Flame on, asshole!
What do you mean you don't know about it anymore? I talk about it all the fucking time! What do you mean? Kidding me? Oh, let's not do that, Chris.
Sheva, turn that piece of shit into ashes!
Chris, can you come over here? What is he doing? He did that by himself. Rothy! Thank you for the raid. How are you doing? How was the stream? Anybody coming in? I'm Nemesis. I'm a trans femme streamer here on the website. My pronouns are she, her. Happy to have you here when Rothy's not live. What's going on? No, pick that up. Chris, god damn it, you are worthless. This boss fight at the end of the game with Chris is gonna be terrible as an AI. I'm ready, thank you so much for the follow. Period. I just got makeup wipes after not having makeup remover for a week, so I feel that. You're gonna what?
Thanks for the help.
If you die, I swear on my life. There's a first aid spray over here. Come on, 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 come on. Come here, come here. I know there's a first aid spray over here, please. God damn it. Oh, thank God. I thought that missed him. Oh my God, run, 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 run. See, this is still hard with literally infinite ammo, like... Oh god.
You can have it.
Roger.
There's no more fire. Oh my god, Jax! Thank you so much. Flannel Jax is raiding with a party of 19. So many raids tonight. Thank you for the raid. How was the stream? What'd you do over there? We're currently playing Resident Evil 5. Part of part of Capcom's Creator Squad. I love that heart emote. That's cute. Anybody coming in? I am Nemesis. I am a trans femme variety streamer. My pronouns are she, her. Would love to have you when Jax isn't live. Continue to Pokemon Adventure. That's fun. I think we're gonna swap to that soon because there's raids tonight. Like not like a Twitch raid, but I think there's a Charizard raid tonight. I want to get one. Chris, that is not the best idea considering the monster's right there. My god, this is literally, we're gonna die. Like, oh my god. Do we have any? We have literally nothing. You have to get its like weak spots. There's like, oh god. There's no fire grenades left. Go get the thing, Chris. Come on. Oh my god, a first aid spray. Hello. I'll take that. Pick this up. No worries. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. We're just doing where I'm like so hyper focused. I'm so sorry. I just don't want to die because I'm playing with the computer, and if he dies, I have to restart. I can't. Oh my god. Get him. Chris. He is so dumb. Oh my god. This is, we're gonna be here a long time. I literally don't know what to do.
I'll refuel this thing. Cover me.
We don't need to refuel it, you dummy. Oh my Jesus.
You can have
Roger.
it. Come on.
Roger.
Come on.
Roger.
Come on.
Roger.
Come on.
Roger.
Oh my god. Where is it? He's so stupid. Oh my god, the AI is so dumb.
Okay.
Let me fucking do it then. Okay, actually, what the? I just need I need a grenade. There's none left. Go.
I can't get in close. We gotta do something about that arm.
I am. But you are not.
Watch yourself, okay?
Odd. Why is he staring at me? If we die, I'm just gonna skip this chapter. That flamethrower is doing nothing. The way he watched me die. I will skip that. Pretend like we did that. We slayed that. Wow.
This ship is huge. Do you think they're planning to use it to spread Ouroboros?
No. Using a ship like this would give away their position too soon. They must have another plan.
Oh my god! Welcome back, Rothy. Thank you. Oh, the way he blew up. No words. Why did they make you come up here? This is the part where I get trapped in a cage. Not one of the insta-kill boys. That thing chomps you, you're dead. Do we have to find like keys or something? And it shuts on me and I die. Okay, we have to find a key card. Let's go. I really want to play that Mario game. Is that weird? It's either that or Sonic Frontiers. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I do get shot in the cage. Gay baby jail. Oh no, he does. Loser. I'm gonna take this from you. Oh, there's a key card.
We'll never be able to move that. We gotta find something.
Well, how am I supposed to get up there? Oh. I don't remember that being in the mechanics. Hello. Okay. Hey. That was not nice. He's literally safe inside the cage. Am I supposed to be concerned? Well, now he's not. You can get rid of one, it's fine. Where is that?
Come on.
Okay.
I am disappointed. I am. How do I pull up the map? Here we go. Good morning, Grandpa. Boots o'clock. Oh, I'll show you some boots. Not Curtis and his Gilf era. The monsters I'd like to freak ball. What a stupid challenge. Monsters you'd like to what? I need a doctor, I think. So I can't shoot that one. Get off me, bitch. Literally DJF. I was supposed to help Chris, but I do too. I think I would feel like Chris, can you please get up here? Just blew up. Hi, coffee. I need a doctor to bring me back. Do you guys remember that song? That was a good song. Excuse you, my controller is right here. Watch your mouth. I'll take this. Actually, no, I won't. Wait. I love that song. Who's that dick? Who's that dick? Love that kinda. Stop. Where are we going? This is a big ship.
This tanker is so big.
I know.
That won't be a problem. Once he knows we're here.
Yeah, Chris is used to big things.
Let's just say we have a history together, and he's not the type to let grudges go.
You must have done something to really piss him off.
It goes a bit beyond just pissing him off.
Stupid gun.
Are you going to tell me what happened?
Guns blazing.
But not until after we put an end to all this.
Freeze!
What's going on here?
Nothing that concerns either of you.
We're not giving you an option. Now spit it out.
Oh, gagged her.
We want to know when you won't get hurt. Where's Wesker?
If you can behave yourselves, maybe I'll tell you.
Your aim sucks.
Damn it!
She's tough. I'll give her that much. What's this? Chris, is this...
Whatever it is, Excella seemed protective of it.
Love that kinda. Stop. I love that song. That was the first song I ever performed in drag. I also did it like at a couple. That's like my go-to drag song if like no one, like if something goes wrong at the club, I'm like, just put on Crush Crush Crush, I'll perform it. Or like if my mix or something, if I were to perform, doesn't make it, I'm like, just do that. Girl. Is this the part we have to jump out of this? But get out of my face. Oh, buddy. Correct. Love that kind of. Stop. I can't stop saying that now. I love RuPaul. Also, fuck you, Maddie. Anyone else think RuPaul's kind of sexy?
Looks like they're bringing out the big guns. Take cover.
A dragonfly.
Not me, I do. Please. It needs 2 key cards. 2 shots of vodka. Not no, please. You think my standards are that low? Do you really think that? No. Everybody's saying no, no. Oh, wow. So I am alone. I can't. Oh, you call like RuPaul a man. It's gonna taste like Mario was in your ass himself. Exactly. I wish Mario was... Nope. Have you heard that one TikTok audio where it's like Peter Griffin moaning? So funny. Like, holy fuck, Lois. It's so funny. It's so funny. Do you guys want to hear it? I can play it for you. I need to sit down. Maddie, shut the fuck up. You just have that at the ready. Could you imagine I did? No, I don't. I have it in my bookmarked TikTok audios because it's funny. Bullies can't hurt me. Not it's on the stream deck. You guys don't stop being mean to me. I'm gonna shoot this and blow myself up.
You okay?
No, Chris, I'm not. I can't find this other key card and it's making me very upset. Ooh. Stephanie McMahon is so hot? You think so? Oh, wow. I found the key card.
Thanks for the help.
You're welcome, Chris. I'm glad I can help you. But do you know who's the hottest on the mall? Me, bitch.
Rocket launcher!
Okay. Now we are just getting ridiculous. Who else got a rocket launcher? You missed. Did he blow himself up? That dude just blew himself up with a rocket launcher. You're dumb. You're bye.
Come on!
Okay.
Get in the elevator. Hi!
So,
Sorry, he's
made it
hot.
this far. Too bad you won't make it much further.
The new superior breed of
Is he?
birthed by the progenitor virus. The Wesker
I just think I have daddy issues.
were entrusted with endless potential. Of them, only one survived. You.
Are you saying I was manufactured?
I want to stream that one game where Lois Griffin literally gets a gun. You can shoot people with a gun as Lois Griffin.
With an advanced race of
It's for like the PS3.
However, all was lost with Raccoon City.
I want like a Mario game, but Lois Griffin. What? We need to look up mods. What game can I mod to make Lois Griffin a playable character? Like for the full story.
Now my candle burns dimly. Ironic.
Well, I'm not installing GTA. Fuck that.
For one
I've actually never played the GTA story. I don't know what Rockstar has to... Rockstar hates money, when I tell you that. They hate money. Like, GTA Online, default, without the mods that people find and make, could be the best multiplayer game of all time. But they hate money. They could just add stupid shit like they do all the time. But they don't. They just hate money. They could add like new maps. They could add new, like they could add more to the map. They could add more shopping. They could add more designs. They could add more equipment. They could add more weapons. They could add more stuff to the casino. They could add more mini games. They could add more events. It literally could be such a fleshed out online mode, but it gets so stale in seconds. They just hate money.
The right. With Ouroboros, I have that right.
You can now use the infinite rocket launcher. Oh, don't tell me that. I played Left 4 Dead with Yay Miko. So slay. I actually love Left 4 Dead. I wish they would just make a Left 4 Dead 3. I also wish they would just make a Half-Life 3. Like, what are they waiting for? I'm like, I shaved when I got in drag. I already feel stubble. It's been like 5 hours. I hate being born with a penis sometimes. I love my dick, but everything that comes out with it, I'm like, I can't. Like armpit hair, facial hair, chest hair.
Excella, what's going on?
Why? When I've done so much. All for you.
Chris, how nice of you to join us.
Wesker.
Don't worry. Your mission is at its end. Ouroboros is on the eve of its appearance. 6 billion cries of agony will burn a new balance.
It's so sad she dies like this because she's one of the best characters in my opinion. I want to do a cosplay of her.
I thought they were partners.
Wesker doesn't give a damn about anybody but himself.
Soon, even you will understand, Chris. One glimpse of my new world, and it will all make perfect sense.
Show yourself!
Unfortunately, it's too late for you. You will not live to see the dawn. Sorry, Excella, but it appears Ouroboros has rejected you. Though you have been an excellent asset, I have one last task.
A lot of my favorite characters wear white dresses.
Farewell, old friend.
Yeah, this is the Albert Wesker they base off of his Dead by Daylight model. Like his character. Because Ouroboros is more prominent in this game with him. I just want a Saints Row 2 remake. That game is so, like, perfect, and the storytelling in it is pretty iconic. Is this a quick time? It is. What is happening? These quick times are insane. They're running? Okay. These quick times are actually insane. I have to rewatch the full fucking cutscene. Girl, be serious. I fucked up. Maybe I didn't.
Persistent son of a bitch.
So now what? You think our weapons can hurt that thing?
I don't know. We gotta get the hell out of here before it destroys this place.
It's ripping the ship apart!
Doesn't this part have the weird enemies that like get put into Same. I think it's like one of the best alternate costumes in a video game, honestly. It's like so iconic to me. I think about it often. I'm looking for a first aid spray for this fight, because I know I'm gonna get beat the fuck up.
Come on!
Roger! Holy
Well, it is a virus, so maybe that's how? Red herb. If I open all these and they have nothing in them, I swear to God. You guys suck. Dead bodies. All right. Let's be serious, guys. Yes. Isn't there a cutscene at this table? Oh, that's in Resident Evil 6.
Come on!
Roger.
Oh, okay, wow. Ah, uh-huh. Right, right.
Why do I always feel like I'm trapped in a monster?
I go up here.
Watch it! It's shooting something at us! Over here! I found the satellite targeting device!
I feel like we can just do this with the magnet. Like, ow. It's like a little pretty flower. But like, deadly. Ow.
Sheva, heads up!
What the fuck? Stop. Is Chris just like not gonna do anything? Like,
Roger. It's all you now. I've got your back, partner.
I don't need to use this right now. The way I died from doing that, like what? Okay. Okay. She got gagged. Poor thing. Have I never made it this far on this console?
So that's Ouroboros. I fear for the world if that ever gets out.
God damn it, Wesker. He's actually serious about destroying the entire planet.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sealing off area with secondary bulkhead. Evacuate the area immediately. Warning. Sealing off area with secondary bulkhead. Evacuate the area immediately. Warning. Sealing off
An assault
area
bomber.
with secondary bulkhead.
When Jill said Wesker was planning to spread Ouroboros throughout the world.
He's planning to use this to spread it. Wesker! There he is! Come on, let's go!
The way they stop him in this game, but in the next game, it just is the same thing, but they don't stop it.
Jill! Are you alright?
I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Just listen carefully. There's something I need to tell you. Wesker's superhuman strength. It comes from a virus. But the virus is unstable. In order to maintain a balance, he must inject himself regularly with a serum.
So if we cut the supply of serum, he loses his strength.
Affirmative. But he just took a dose, so it's gonna be a while before he needs another one.
Damn.
Listen, Excella said that the amount administered has to be precise. So if he injects too much, it should act like a poison. I think she used the serum labeled PG67AW.
PG67AW.
I'm gonna try to find a way to escape. You need to find that serum. Excella always kept it with her, and in that attaché case.
Jill! Come in! Jill!
Chris, this is it.
Let's give it a shot.
A bomber equipped with missiles. He can't fly around in that without getting shot down. Oh god.
Exactly. The plane can't get shot down. If it does, it'll initiate a biohazard.
It's just like you said.
My favorite Jill design is this game. I like her face in these games opposed to like Resident Evil 2. Oh, not this part. Girl. Oh, this part is too much. Oh, I'm about to rage quit. This part is too much. Let me do myself a favor and use this now. Fuck me. For people that have never seen this game, just watch this ending so you never have to play this game. Because this game gets to be a struggle. Girl, I'm waiting. It's just so... It's so action-y, it gets kind of a little ridiculous. Like, before I thought it was, like, tame, but this part's, like, full, like, Call of Duty assault mission. And then they throw all of, like, the special infected at you at the same time. It gets crazy. Like, look, this thing's gonna spawn. The insta-kill beetles. They're so annoying. I thought that was Chris. Do I look pretty? I feel like I look really ugly, honestly. Not even like saying that to fish for compliments, but like I feel like my hair looks kind of botched and like I struggled with my makeup today, so. I feel like the hat looks stupid. The tuck and roll? Bro. I don't remember which way to go. Oh, here we go. Hey! That's not even fair.
You okay?
Okay.
Much appreciated.
Okay, let's open these doors. You look really beautiful today, thank you. You look really pretty, thank you. Girl, you always look good every time I see you. Thank you. I feel like black is hard to wear on camera just because, like, some of the games we play are, like, scary. I'm playing a horror game and I'm literally wearing this, so I, like, blend in with, like, the contrast, so. What's happening? I hear a beetle. Oh, God. Oh, my God, I hate them so much. They make me so uncomfortable. I hear another one. Chris, do something! Chris, do something! God, this is like every relationship I'm in. It's just the man stands there and does the bare minimum, does fucking nothing. He doesn't even do the bare minimum. He just fucking sits there on his ass. Ugh, man. Let me in.
We won't last a second in a head-on fight. Run around them and see if you can get a shot off.
Hey! Whoa! Where'd all you guys come from? What the hell? I'm trying to jump across. Oh my God, Chris, I love you. Everything I said, I was playing. I said JK though. Get me out of here.
Come on!
Use the other one, honey.
Something doesn't feel right. I can't explain it.
Yeah, I hear ya.
Your plans are finished, Wesker.
There's no way out this time.
Don't you two ever tire of failing in your mission? You've really become quite an inconvenience for me.
I love in this game that if you change the alternate costumes, the costumes are in the cutscene. Something about that. I love that. The way he gagged the fuck out of them. Yes, WWE.
Why are you doing this? What do you accomplish by unleashing Ouroboros?
Every day, humans come one step closer to self-destruction. I'm not destroying the world. I'm saving it.
No, I love it. It's like very Matrix. And like he performs like he's in the Matrix. I wonder if that was like kind of inspo for his character design.
Do it.
Things are really getting interesting now, eh, Chris? Do you actually think you can defeat me?
Either way, I'm not gonna stop until I'm dead.
Okay, honestly though, as crazy as this end of the game is, this end game is iconic.
I'll see you dead.
No, you won't. Wait, he says that in Dead by Daylight. I used this. Wait, I'm just kidding. Oh! Oh! How do I put this down? We have to do something first. I forget what. Chris, do your thing with him. I literally forgot. Hi. Oh! Hi, Wesker. Oh, fuck! Oh! He's kind of gagging us.
Thanks.
Ow! No, because he's gagging us, like, actually. Like, girl, give it up. What is this?
I'll go get the rocket launcher.
Oh, that's right. We do need to shoot him with the rocket launcher because then he holds it up and he's like, I caught it because I'm fast. And then we can kick the shit out of him.
There's no point in hiding.
I'm not hiding. I missed. Hey, everyone, I missed.
Hang on, I'm bringing you a rocket.
Okay. All right. I'm at my lowest.
Shooting wildly isn't getting us anywhere. Stick to the shadows.
Okay. I guess I was wrong. What does this do?
Give us the edge we need in this fight.
We have to fight in the dark? Why? I don't remember this at all. I'm at my lowest, yeah.
Never occurred to you. that this planet is overpopulated. Only a handful of humans truly matter. Everyone else is just chaff. So now, I want to separate this chaff from the wheat. And with Ouroboros, I can finally accomplish this. You can't hide forever. Found you.
Not quite. Get him! Gag him! Oh! Punch him! Oh, I missed. There was a quick time. Girl, can I heal? Oh, okay. Oh, bitch, they both died. Oh, he gagged the fuck out of them. He really did. Girl, he said sit down, both of you. Guys, my stomach is rumbling a lot. I'm gonna... 1 second. I have a little snacky snack. Right here. I just hope it's correct. Ooh. Oh my god, I love life so much sometimes. Like, this makes me not depressed for, like, maybe an hour. Time for some popcorn? No, even better. I very graciously asked my mother, because I'm very depressed, and because I've been asking for this all week, some Domino's pizza. I've literally been just wanting a Domino's pizza for so long.
The darkness might give us the edge we need in this fight.
There's no point in hiding.
It's really hot because I just microwaved it for way too long.
Never occurred to you that this planet is overpopulated. Only a handful of humans truly matter. Everyone else is...
What? Not X and A. Girl, please. Can you get him? I'm busy.
So now, I have to suffer.
Literally gag him. Oh shit.
You can't hide forever.
Yeah, I can.
And with Ouroboros, I can finally accomplish this. Ignorant cretins.
Take it to the floor. It's glow time. Get gagged. What are we supposed to do while he's just on the ground like that?
That's all you have.
Ow!
There you are.
Shooting wildly isn't getting us anywhere. Stick to the shadows.
Chris, you're the one shooting wildly. That was so good. I'm literally gonna cry. That pizza. Oh, I could literally. That was too good. You guys gotta get down here and get one of these. What's that? It's a Domino's pizza.
You can't hide forever.
What?
Your struggle is over.
The way Chris gagged him, he just shot the rocket out of his hand.
There's no point in hiding. Only those with superior.
I knew this is how we were supposed to do it.
Do it! Inject him!
Gagged.
Did it work?
I think so.
Bro, while you have your moment, I'm gonna go get some pizza. Fuck you.
This isn't over, Chris.
Sheva, he's getting away. Hurry.
This is your moment. Have it. Have it, Wesker.
Sheva! Come on! Come on, grab on!
I think this is a quick time. Uh-oh. Marvel 3, huh?
It seems I may have.
This is a quick time. Oh my god.
Save it, Wesker. There's no one left to help you now.
I don't need anyone else.
Girl, I'm gonna miss this quick time. Oh my god.
I
less than 5 minutes, we'll reach the optimal altitude for missile deployment. Ouroboros will be released into the atmosphere.
No, it won't.
Ensuring complete global saturation.
I knew it was a quick time.
Your feeble attempts only delay the inevitable. The entire world will be infected. A new Genesis is at hand, and I will be the creator.
Another one of Umbrella's leftovers.
You know what we have to do.
All right, I'll go for the override lever. Cover me.
The end of this game is iconic, honestly. Let go of her! Not looking up her skirt, you pervert! Chris, help me! Partner, I shed a tear. When I was a kid, that scene got me. I was like crying. She just gagged the fuck out of him. The way Sheva was the reason Wesker, like, nearly died. And she doesn't get her roses. She just shot him into the volcano. Like, give my girl some credit. This is a huge piece of pizza. Oh, I think it's too connected. Oops. Right? She's such a good character. Oh! Oh!
I should have killed you years.
I'm getting horny! Oh, wow!
Your mistake. It's over, Wesker.
Over.
Meow! Meow! Shh!
Just getting started.
Janie, thank you for the follow. Okay. I had my break for food because, like, I needed that. Like, I'm fucking starving. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I'm like burpy now. Pearl, thank you so much for the raid. Baby, I just had some pizza, so I'm just reapplying my lipstick. But thank you so much for the raid. Anybody coming in, we are at the end of Resident Evil 5. Probably gonna switch over to maybe some Pokemon just to do the new raid that they just unlocked. Or if it's unlocking soon around 3 a.m. But welcome in. I am a trans femme variety streamer. My pronouns are she, her. And love having you here. Play a lot of variety retro content. Lots of GameCube stuff, lots of Nintendo stuff. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. So many raids tonight. I'm honored. Raid from the jewelry box. Oh, that's so cute. That emote too is so cute. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, already dead. Well, off to a great start.
Why can't you understand, Chris?
Fall back, Sheva!
Do you really believe the world is worth saving?
It's been fun, yeah. We're just chilling, hanging out. What did you stream? Thank you so much for the raid again. I really, really appreciate it.
Natural selection leaves the
Natural selection? Charlotte Flair?
escape this winnowing for far too long.
I found you from the Discover section. Well, welcome in. Happy to have ya. Girl, I need to drink, please. Oh my god, please. Oh my god. Sheba, please climb up. Why was that so difficult? Oh, who do you play in Overwatch? Period.
War and pestilence.
Oh, he's coming for me now. Look what I did.
Nothing but loathsome humans.
Yes, punch the boulder. Thanks, King. Oh my.
The human race requires judgment.
You're going to judge us? You get all your ideas from comic book villains?
I didn't even... Okay. Can I get my drink? Oh no, it starts the whole thing over.
Fall back, Sheva!
Do you really believe the world is worth saving?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Enjoy your D-stream.
Humans have escaped this winter.
Have a good night.
Hold on, Sheva.
That's interesting, isn't it?
Why can't you understand, Chris?
Fall back, Sheva!
Do you really believe the world is worth saving?
Yeah.
Revenge, thank you so much for the follow.
Natural selection leaves the survivors stronger and better.
Natural
Humans have
selection.
escaped this winnowing for far too long.
Hold on, Sheva. Sheva, shoot him in the back.
I can't. Girl is struggling. Damn you.
Wherever you go, everywhere, nothing but loathsome humans. The human race requires judgment.
You're going to judge us? You get all your ideas from comic book villains?
I'm literally gagging him right now. Dear Lord. Dragon Ball Z reference. Wait, why didn't we fight her? When was that fight? Okay. That's so weird that it skipped it. I guess it was when we skipped one of those chapters, but like, it shouldn't have skipped it.
Use those.
Ready, partner?
Locked and loaded.
Well, Jill's right there. Ready, partner.
That was for our fallen brothers.
That's actually so annoying because I was like looking forward to the Jill fight and it just skipped it. Work, I guess.
It's over.
Yes. Finally.
That's my favorite Jill design,
More
though.
and more, I find myself wondering if it's all worth fighting for.
Not even just the battle suit, but I like her face structure in these games better.
Yeah, it's worth it.
Like, I like how she kind of has like a larger nose at the end. And like slim face, brown hair. Wesker jumps out of the water and jump scares us. True. Me beating this in one stream? I mean, what does a legend most? I don't think I've ever beaten this on PC, so like work. That's so weird. What chapter is it then? Is it actually just cut out of the port to PC? There's no way. What chapter do you fight Jill? We only skipped one chapter. Is it between 5-3 and 6-1? That wouldn't make sense because you fight them underground. In that weird underground thing. Says 5-3. It's after that annoying ass fight? Okay, whatever. I don't really care. I'm not losing sleep over it. No, I'm not gonna do the DLC.